Okay, welcome everybody. We're gonna be working on this beast, right? But first, if you ever have to get a piano off a dolly, you do have to get this set up. So let's do that. So I'm gonna go with what we did. And then I have a herniated disc, so who wants to lift? Mark, we have a volunteer. So just go over this side. And you've got your handles, and over here, and just slowly, and you're going to tilt that corner, and I'll just kind of oppose you in a good way. You just look kind of from take that out, and then down. You okay? Okay. Piece of cake. Alright, so this is a special piano that we've had just kicking around the shop for a while. It's what is it, a Hobart and cable. And Dallin, feel free to go close-ups wherever you want to go, okay? Dallin's our cameraman today. So let's get, who's got an upright lid prop? Does anyone have your, do you have any tools?
I have some, I think
Okay, we'll use what I have too. So,
what do you need?
well, right now nothing.
Okay.
Maybe at a break we'll grab something or if we need to do something. So let's get this off. So let's get this open and off. So Mark, you can tip the lid up with the lid prop. And how does that one come out? The different uprights have different latching mechanisms, right? So this one, just the pin goes in there, right, and that just keeps it from going out. They'll all have something kind of similar. Sometimes it just sits in there, or sometimes it's two screws. So Timothy, we're going to be working on this for sure, but maybe before we work on it, let's at least hear it as a piano and play it. So Mark, do you want to kind of finish your piano and just, do you want the bench or is that good? This is good. Let me, we've got a lot of background noise with the AC, so sorry about that, but it's just too hot in here otherwise, so. Oh, let me get right on you there. Play something that's not copyrighted. Something that gets that's technically moving or that might be difficult to do on a bad piano, say.
actually kind of good.
Okay.
But
The repetition is a plus.
I can't voice anything really towards the top.
It's too muted or what?
Yeah. And then,
Oh, and sorry, you're not going to hear Mark so well, maybe. So I need to fill in the blank. So he's saying the repetition's good.
Here, Mark.
You getting this on camera?
Yeah.
I am dressing. Okay. We'll just pass this around. That'll be a better noise maybe for some of this part. Just talk closer to it.
So the repetition, I think, is pretty good, but I can't really voice towards the top of the piano. And also on some of these notes, like this E, I can't actually repeat the note at the bottom there. I have to go all the way up for it too.
Do you feel comfortable playing on this piano?
Semi-comfortable. I
Okay,
think
that's not bad.
It could be better, but it's not awful, I would say.
Okay. Let's see, work.
Yeah, I think it's more to do with like having a bigger sound and maybe more control on the keys, but I thought the technical stuff I was playing I thought was manageable on it.
Okay, good. Did you want to try anything else on it?
Maybe something.
You don't have to. And then everyone's going to get chat because I'm a big fan of. There's so many classes and stuff about pianos and fixing pianos, and they don't play the piano once. They just sit there and talk about it. I'm like, it's about the sound and the touch and the experience, right, and the music. So I'm all for letting everyone kind of feel what it's like, hear what it's like, the response. Because those are the things that we work on to make it better. So everyone, will get a chance to kind of pluck on it. But go ahead, Mark, just do whatever you want to do on that. There's something there playing really, really soft, right? A little bit of an issue, I noticed. What is it? Oh,
The
sorry.
E,
What's wrong with the E?
it just doesn't speak unless it's all the way up.
Okay. Well, and then you're having issues kind of in this octave.
Yeah, it's not very, like, I feel like it's, like, okay down here, but then
So it's okay, kind of tenor and bass, but then when he moves
it
up
gets
to the
less balanced, so I have to change my, like, I'm adjusting my playing to make it better, but the piano's not very even.
yeah. Well, Timothy, do you want to just play something on it, or whatever? If you don't have anything fancy, just to get a feel for the keys. Sorry, this can be uncomfortable to people sometimes. I mean, Timothy plays, he's an awesome organist and everything, right? And he plays piano, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but, you know, some people say, well, I don't know anything, or I don't, you know. You don't have to know anything, and it doesn't matter the notes you play. They can sound like really bad. It's more gestures and dynamic gestures, rhythms, and articulations that you're looking for.
I would definitely say that, yeah, there is a little bit of a, I don't know, maybe a mushy feeling. It doesn't necessarily have kind of a nice, clean, crisp, doesn't have too much, say, aftertouch. We'll get into that once we get into this, mentoring session. But yeah, I would say that, I've definitely played on loose, but I've definitely played on better uprights. And the brands are different. Just the way that they give you feedback through the action feel and everything.
Yeah, for sure. So, and Dallin, you can come around from the back and show kind of the action stuff too. You can see the keys. Like we've got some keys that are really low here, right? You know, how are you going to repeat on that note? You know what I mean? It's not moving too much. Also, I heard some clicks up here when you were playing. Some key clicks up here that kind of bothered me. The other thing is, both of you, when you went to play something that you wanted to speak out as a melody, but it was up here, and you wanted it to be quiet, it was like it dropped out totally. There was nothing there, right? Like we can change that. We can work on that. That's something we can help for sure. So we're gonna start kind of from the, let's see how the hammer condition is, because I didn't play this yet, but Gallon, can you get in here? And I'll kind of show, since I'll just grab this from you real quick, just so I can show the depth of the grooves of the hammers, okay? All right, then we're gonna check and see, are they very wobbly or not? They move a little bit, but they're not super wobbly. There's nothing, you can, take your fingers, Timothy, Mark, just gently brush across the top and see if anything really moves side to side wobbly. And actually the grooves will tell you the story too. The grooves are cut pretty clean, aren't they? In the same place. It's not like the whole thing has been wobbling and hitting in different places and been being cut by the strings. That can happen. If that happens, you know, we need to address the joint. It's broken or it needs to be repaired. It's too loose or something, right? So it looks like on this piano we don't have to deal with that so much, but the depth of the grooves can choke the sound at this level. You basically have something that's damping the string at the same time as hitting it, right? Yeah. By the sides of those grooves. So one of the first things we're going to do to help the tone and also to show us where the actual point of contact of the hammer is, we're going to shape those hammers. We're going to file them. So we are going to do that. And so that's something we need to do. The bass is cut pretty deep too. And here, you're down, I'll give this back to you. And sorry, it's just zoomed out right now. And then I haven't really played this piano much. I'm gonna try real quick too. It's not, to me, it's not like the tone is there pretty good, right? It has some substance to it. But our ability to bring it out here is like choked somehow. And if I go like direct like this, that's a good strong tone coming out of there. So the tone is there. This is a situation where if you're like, oh, I'm just going to harden the hammers and put some paraloid on it, some hardener, and bring that tone out because it's too mellow, you know, then you'd be like, well, I don't think that's the way to go. I think if we just filed the grooves out that will totally be accessible to us. But right now, there I'm hitting it very straight and direct, right, with the whole weight of my arm. But with our finger, we're not hitting it that loud, right? So it's also like our ability to move the hammer very fast is like decreased somehow by something that's going on, right? Now what about the keys, the wobbliness of them? We can kind of check that. It's pretty good. It feels pretty good. We'll see. That one's kind of a little more wobbly, but not awful. They're not clicking together or anything. And we'll look at what causes that too. Well, all these things kind of have to be in place. You know, our pedals work, right? Tuning's not super right now, but and the evenness just, it feels like you can't, like Mark was saying, you can't voice something out because you can't get to that clear part of the tone like very easily. Okay, so we're gonna, first of all, I want to talk theory a little bit about regulation. I want to give you my take on it first. So I'm gonna go to the whiteboard so we can kind of just zoom things out a bit and I'll show you. So when I talk about regulation, I don't like to make things more complicated than they are. I don't like to make things feel like nobody can understand this with the elite, right? Because it's not that way. And I think a lot of times people will focus on each individual adjustment you do on the piano and talk about it like it's some big thing. But I like to dumb things down. That's the mark of like someone who has mastery over the mechanism, is to be able to look at a complex mechanism with lots of parts and have in your mind that it's broken down into two simple things. Okay, so let's talk about that. So regulation, I do feel like I'm shouting over the air. Once we get a little cooler in here, we'll shut that off a little later. But so regulation, whether it's upright or grand, whatever, it doesn't really matter. But we've got this, okay? We've got a part that moves, you know, this much, okay? Let's do it the direction we actually move it. Well, no, I'm gonna do it. So we've got a part that moves a little bit, and then we've got this. This will be like a starting line, okay? Here's the starting line. Here's the finish, and then we've got a part that moves about this much. So which one? So between the key and the hammer. So which is which? This is the key, moving a little bit, right? It's the hammer. And in most pianos, you know, the key will move about, let's just say X, right? That's a good number or letter. Let's just say X, and this, and the hammer will move 4.5 times X, somewhere in there, you know. It could be just over 4. It could be 4. It could be 5, you know, something. You know, somewhere in between there, right? So, so we can actually see, I mean, this is really, so we can't change the ratio that's there, right? Between this movement and that. But what we can change is the starting points and the ending points. And that is all that regulation is. That's all it is. And sometimes we can increase this distance, but the ratio is always going to be the same. So we call, you know, on a piano we say, oh, there's an action ratio, right? So it's basically how much the key moves for how much the hammer moves. Or think of it the other way around. We could actually see on this piano kind of what it's doing. Okay, so let's try to play around, guys, a little bit. Let's take off take off the upstop. We need a Phillips. I've got one here. If you want to grab another one, you can. Yeah, there's two of them. So, Timothy, you can get on in here too. You know, just keep the blood flowing, keep from falling asleep. That's what this is all about. Okay. Usually, most uprights will just have two fasten points for this upstop rail and key cover. Sometimes they'll have one in the middle that clamps with a nut or something, or even a screw. But usually it's the two main ones. You want to just unscrew the other side, Tim? Now when you lift this off, this is just kind of moving around the piano 101, right? So here, Tim, I'll take that screw.
Okay.
And usually when I'm servicing a piano, you know, I'll just set it over here where it's not going to roll. We can hang that up. We'll fix the sound on that phone. Sorry about that. So to get this out without marring the sides, right? Well, if as soon as you turn it angled at an angle, what's going to happen? It's like these corners. What's going to happen to this back corner? Which way is it going to go if you turn it this way? So this back corner will go closer to the arm, right? That fret corner will go closer to the arm. If you turn it the other way, the vice versa, right? So basically, because it has some width to it, it's longer when you angle it, right? Any case part. So you just want to make sure to pull it straight out. And you can't, like, you know, your eyes aren't like, you can't split like this, right, and see the whole thing. So how do you do it, Timothy? How do you deal with that?
Well, I usually just come in the middle and then pull it straight out.
All right, let's see it. Just like that. The touchless removal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we can set that aside. Maybe just on the top of that piano over there, or wherever.
Okay.
And okay, so now we have access. We can pull keys out if we want, right? We can get in here. But we want to look at kind of the action ratio. I want to show you kind of what happens if something's out of regulation, okay? So let's get a millimeter ruler. And you all can bring your chairs up close to the piano just so it's comfortable. We're just going to be right in the piano here. Let's work in millimeters just because it's easy. You can even get that little white chair because I'm going to have you go low. Let's take this key that's kind of way different from the others. And you can see this down from the front. How it's low. I don't know how you can see that C. We didn't like set this up. It's just this way, right? Okay. So let's first of all let's see how far that key can move. So a good way to do that in this case, this is just for our sake. Let's go from the underside of that key top as it's a real clear line, right? So a defined point. So Mark, see just from that rest versus all the way down, how much motion does it have?
About 9 millimeters.
About 9. Okay. And we're gonna set it up so that it goes like a fixed amount, just for fun. Mm-hmm. So there's a bunch of Phillips screws under here. You want to grab a drill and with a Phillips bit, and we're gonna take this key slip off so that we can access the underneath. So he said that one about 9 millimeters. Let's just see how far, Timothy. You can see how far the hammer is from the string. Now it moves in an arc, so this isn't an exact measurement, right? But it's a direct, that's why we call it like a blow measurement, okay? So look, Timothy, if you look at the back of the molding of these two hammers, the line they make, they're totally in line with each other, right? At rest.
Mm-hmm.
So then, you may have done this before, if you push it all the way to the string, and then you look back here, take a measurement there and see what the blow distance is from the hammer to the string. Let's go ahead and do it on that C, that same C.
From
Just push it all the way till it hits the string. Yeah, you can kind of angle the ruler like that. Yeah, there you go. Now reading off of the back edge of that, what do you get? What do you make of it?
At about
Isn't there a longer one? This is the number one.
about 43.
One of those big long ones, Mark, was colored.
About 43.
43. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that's our current blow distance. But look, the hammer doesn't. And we'll show Mark. We'll wait for Mark so he can see this too. But look, the hammer doesn't travel all that way. Right? It stops short a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
So can you kind of, if I hold this here right before the point where it starts to back off from the string, can you kind of take a measurement there? Well, without pushing it.
Right.
Very tricky.
About 35.
Okay. So really, while the key is moving the hammer, and it starts to move it immediately on this key, I can feel it, right? You can also tell that if you look right, look at the green part versus this orange part. If the green moved, I barely bump the green and it moves, and then the orange starts to move. So there's not like, maybe a 0.5 millimeter of movement there before it starts to move the hammer actually, okay? So we'll subtract a 0.5 millimeter from that, and then what was your number again?
35.
35, so we're at 34.5, and Mark said this moved about 9 millimeters, right? So this is, now the key is not moving the hammer the whole way, right? There's a little bit of the key almost at the end, right where it backs off, where we might be able to squish it deeper. So Mark, I'm gonna hold this down, or can you look at it again and I'll control the key. With 3 people, this is a lot easier than one. With one person, you can do something where like you might put some spacers under the key to make it go a fixed amount, like 8 millimeters or something, right? And then you can kind of see what's going on. This is just to get a glimpse. This isn't something we do to every piano or anything. Can you without pushing on the key? Okay, so I'm gonna go to right there, Mark. What's the reading on that? How many millimeters from there to there?
It's about 8.
8.
Oh, somewhere between 8 and 9.
Okay, so 8.5?
Yeah,
Okay. I mean, that's between 8 and 9, so that's sure. What? Okay, so 8.5, and then we're gonna minus a 0.5 millimeter, right, from how much this moved. What was the number again? 30. It was 34.5.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got 8.5, 34.5, right? So what's the ratio of this action right now, as far as right here? So if we're gonna reduce that down, right? So what are we gonna do? What's that divided by 8.5? You punch it in your calculator. You don't have to do it in your head. I mean, we're a little more than 4, right? 4 something, right?
4.06.
4.06. Really? Okay, just barely over 4. So for this action, for this piano, that's our ratio. I mean, we're guesstimating a little bit, but that's pretty close, right? That's essentially what it's doing, okay? So we cannot change that. Now let me tell you, I'll just tell you, if a ratio is closer to 4, it's geared lower, right? So you can accelerate the hammer easier, or in other words, it'll feel lighter, right? If it's closer to 5 and upward, then it's geared a little higher. So you can accelerate the hammer more, but it might feel a little heavier, right? Just like riding a bike. If you're in a higher gear, right? You can go faster, but it takes a lot more input, right? Does that make sense? Any thoughts or insightful anecdotes at this point? How about from everyone watching? Anything you want to Let's just look in the chat, see what everyone's saying here. Oh, the mic volume is very low. I'll turn that up. Hopefully that helps. Are you talking about the mic on the piano?
I think it's when you're going back and forth.
Oh, just from everybody else. I'm sorry. I apologize for that. We only have the one mic, so I'll just try and restate what everyone says if we can. So anyway, so you can kind of just know the characteristics of this piano a little bit, right? So if you have, 4 versus 5, your piano to, let's just go PPP to FFF. And I realize this is getting like kind of deep, but it's nice to have like an understanding of what's going on. This is pretty simple, and we'll go back to that. But as far as this, your range you have, for the 5, it would be a lot bigger, okay? Right, that's good. You get it, right? FFF. Okay. So this piano, relatively speaking, as pianos go, it's geared pretty low. So it should be a really light action in general. It shouldn't require as much weight on the front of the keys to balance the parts above it. And we're getting at different things. But anyway, here's the thing though. We can control the stopping and starting points, right? So let's pretend, I should probably just leave stuff there and keep writing. What was that ratio again? It was 1 to 4.06?
Yeah.
So 1 to 4.06, Mark says yeah. Okay, so we can control the starting and the stopping points, okay? So what are the starting points of the key? What's the start point? It's the point where it's up, right? So we call that the key height. Okay. So that's the starting point of the key. How do we control the key height?
By leveling the keys.
By leveling the keys. And how do we level the keys? How do we raise them up if we want to, or lower them?
By a balance rail.
Yeah.
Like here.
Yeah, so this is called a balance rail because the key is teetering on this middle rail, right? Now it can be kind of confusing at first, like why if I put a thing here will this raise the key? Okay, look, it's floating on the front. It's not touching anything down, but right now there's a back rail and it's resting on the back rail and the balance rail, right? And so if you prop the middle up, it has nowhere to go but like that, right? And it raises or lowers the front of the key. So by putting spacers in here, you guys want to grab out a key and show punching? Let me go get a tool. Here's some tweezers and whatnot, y'all, if you want to pull one out and show somebody. So they have a cloth punching on the top. Why? Why cloth? Why not metal or wood or?
To make it soft.
Why soft? Wouldn't you want kind of like a nice firm foundation to play on?
What it calls like extraneous noise.
Noise reduction. If you see felt on a piano anywhere, it's for noise reduction. That's all it is. I like to take like the thing and just say, why did they put this in the invention? Why did they have to add this? They didn't start with, I'm going to make this felt punching, and then I'm going to have this, you know what? Let's have that felt punching reduce the noise for this mechanism that strikes a string and makes music, right? They didn't go with that order, right? So I like to think if there's some adjustment or something there, I like to think like, okay, why did they have to add this? Because they didn't want, they wouldn't if they wouldn't have to. So we've got the cloth punching on top, and then Timothy had some paper or cardboard under there.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll have cardboard, donuts, and papers of various thicknesses, and that's how we're going to raise the key or lower it. If you don't have any paper under your cloth, you don't take the cloth off, but we can remove wood from the bottom of the key, and then that will essentially lower the key as well. Because some pianos, the key sticks have warped quite a lot. It's wood, it can change shape, it can warp this way, side to side, so you can get that. But anyway, so that's how we're going to change the starting point of the key. Okay, now it doesn't really matter where it starts, but here's how to pick a good starting point. If you're on a piano and you don't know any different, yes, manufacturers, down, can you come around kind of to show the front of the keys a bit? So manufacturers will have some specs sometimes, and sometimes they'll have a key height spec, right? And they might say, okay, if we take this rail off here, let's go ahead and take that off now. Well, actually, let me show that in the view. There's a certain cosmetic look over this rail that we get used to. Like this doesn't look like a great key height, right? And also, when it's that high, you know, sometimes the pins will be buried. This doesn't look like a great key height, but I'll tell you why. Because we wouldn't know any better. Like if we didn't see a lot of pianos, we'd say, well, why isn't that great? I kind of like that, you know. It's because you need enough room for the key to travel as far as it needs to, and then some, right? So a common general place to start it would be 18 to 22 millimeters, depending on the shape of the key, above this key slip. Okay, that's what this wood piece is that runs in front. You guys want to measure and see where we're at right now on this one? And I'll also say, you know, this is not a good key height with the case right here. It goes above this cheek block. Like usually we don't see that. That cheek block comes up higher. Okay, so where are we at? To the underside of the key top. Because that's like a fixed line. You know, the key top, it's on the very top, it could wear down or be filed down for a certain shape and not be consistent note to note. But the underside of that key top is going to be a consistent line to go from. So when it's at rest, all you have to look at is when it's at rest above the key slip.
Above the key slip?
Yeah, so you're just taking your millimeter measurement right now to the underside of the key top.
Oh, in between, I see.
Yeah, so because we're looking at the key height, we're not concerned with how far it's traveling right now.
It's 1.5 millimeters.
10.5?
1.5?
No, it's probably not 1.5 millimeters.
Wait, are you talking
from the key? Sorry, from the top of the wood to the underside. It's like,
sorry, that's what
that might be a little short, Mark. Okay. And you don't have to move it at all. It's just when it's at rest, Mark. You don't push it down at all. It's just at rest.
At rest?
Yeah, when it's at its height here, you're just measuring this distance from the top to that underside of that.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Okay.
It's not 15. Or, sorry, not 15. 17.
17?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is what. That's good. Yeah. So that's it. That sounds correct to me. And visually, if I were to say like, is this, and this is the way I was taught, does this look like a rectangle from the underside of that to the, you know, or does it look like a rectangle the other way, or does it look like a square? You know, so we're seeing some kind of squat rectangles there. They're kind of squat, and that tells me, yeah, it's probably a little low. And if this key's going to travel 10 to 11 millimeters, which is usually where they need to go, because what was the blow distance, Timothy, on this right now? As it said, it was 43, right? Mm-hmm. Right, and our ratio is 4.06. So this needs to travel a little less than 10 millimeters to get 43 millimeters. Or do I mean a little more? A little more. What does it have to do? 43 divided by 4. is 10 and a bit, right? So it's between 10, yeah. So between 10 and 11 millimeters, this has to go down in order to move the hammer that far. No, because we said, I'm thinking wrong. Because we said, you know, the hammer like backs off at a certain point, right? So that distance is 34.4, 34.5, yeah. So, yeah. So, but we'll get into that. So the key needs to travel a little farther than that. So probably between 10 and 11 is where they mostly sit. Anyway, the another, this is an ugly thing. You don't want the bottom of the key sticking up. That's not a good thing. Also, you've got that key cover to worry about, right? You can only go so high before the wood might interfere with that upstop rail, and you can't set it really any higher without, if you shimmed it up, it might rub against other case parts and things like that. So really the case parts determine or tell you where a good key height for a piano is. And for an upright piano, gosh, shoot for like 20 probably high, and it's probably about right, you know. Some might not need that. What does 20 look like? I'll get out a punching. So here, you guys set it. You set two keys to 20. I'll give you a punching to stick under there, okay? Some punchings. Use whatever you need to, out of there. There's they're color coded. So each color, a lot of punchings will be color coded, and you have different thicknesses in thousandths of an inch. At least in the U.S. is the way we buy them. So like a white will be 3 thousandths thick, a green is 5 thousandths, a pink is 7, and a blue is 10. So they get, you know, progressively thicker there. So in order to raise, you're raising it to 20 millimeters, is that what you said? Yeah. Let's see what it looks like. And you don't have to take the time, it's not like you have to on every upright, you know, stick punchings under, look at it and say that's bad. Right? You can just take your finger and move it up or down and see what it looks like. But I just want to, just to kind of introduce how we're getting in there and out and putting in the spacers there. And anyone joining online, you're just as much a part of this as Mark, Timothy. We'll have some others join us maybe later too. So feel free to ask active questions. I'll ask Dallin here, who's manning the camera. He can peek and voice those questions out as they come in. Because you don't have the benefit of hands-on right now, right? Unless you're at your piano or something, which might be fun. But if you are, I'd recommend kind of going through similar exercises, but you might not have the tools yet or things like that. The ruler? You guys are not using the most valuable tool we have in the shop, which is that white rolly chair. Can you show that, Dallin? Dallin's brother made this chair, and it is awesome for working on keys. It's really great. We are 0 days without incident in the shop, unfortunately. Landon had a run-in with the bandsaw last night, so he's coming in a little late. But luckily he didn't lose any limbs, I don't think. It was just a little more shallow cut. But
So it's 20 to here.
yeah, to the underside of that lip. Is it there? Oh, so it's still building it up.
I just wasn't sure.
And it might be on this piano. Honestly, I'm wondering if that's going to be a little too high and maybe show the underside of the keys. Which is fine, but you know, just picture as a pianist, when you push down the key, your finger might go down a little bit from the key, you don't want to be feeling that key slip like it's in your way when you play, you know. So it has to stop high enough above that. So yeah. 20 is probably too high. Let's hear Timothy then. Maybe Mark's just, maybe we'll stop you midstream. Wait. Can we see what 20 looks like? Yeah. So when we put this back in, when you put these keys back in so you don't break anything, lift up a group of, hey, can you film this down?
Yeah.
Lift up a group of whippings here. And then you want to try and lower this as straight as possible, which is not possible, but just gently find the hole and try and just gently let it kind of fall in its place. Okay, so let's see what 20 looks like from the perspective of the piano. I actually like the shape of the rectangle, kind of.
That's about 19.
That's 19 as it is.
Yeah.
And if you're sitting there as the pianist, you are seeing like some gap, aren't you?
Yeah, probably 18 would be good.
You think 18? Let's set a couple samples at 18. So Landon joined us. We're gonna film him. How you feeling, Landon?
Hello. Good. How are you guys?
Landon says he's good. Since you don't have a mic, they won't hear you at all in the stream. So if I repeat everything you say,
Go for it.
it's gonna, it'll annoy you. But Landon says go for it. So how deep were those cuts, Landon?
I don't know.
Landon
Pretty
doesn't know.
deep.
What is your message of safety to the general public?
Don't.
Wait, let's get this on mic.
My message is safety. When using electric saws, keep your fingers clear of the blade and probably wear gloves. Might have helped. I don't know.
Yeah. you thought I was going to tell you gloves. I think just keep your fingers clear of the blade's a good one.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that's 18. That's
so Landon, tell me what you understand from what's on the board. Here, I'll hand you the mic. Just do a mic pass around. Sorry, that's not actually. Yeah, that looks really confusing, doesn't it? Yeah. Just hang on to this and talk like really close. Okay, so this is the start line, the dotted line,
Okay.
and then these are the finish lines, right? So if they're going to finish at the same time, they have to go different speeds, right?
Yeah.
The short one is the key
Travel.
travel. This long one is the hammer travel.
Okay.
And we were talking about action ratios. If this is a distance of X, this is a distance of about 4.5X on most pianos. A little lower is lighter, a little higher is heavier, right? But with heavier we get bigger dynamic range, but you have to have more input power, right, to get that. And so we measured on this piano on like a key that wasn't regulated at all. We regulated the key went down 8.5 millimeters to move the hammer 34.5.
Okay.
Sorry, they're not getting anything on sound. It's in the mic. Yeah, just translate for me. Give the Canadian, please. 8.5, 34.5. So this is the ratio, kind of what we think for this action. The way it's actually working.
Got it.
So.
So the ratio is it, would you call it an 8.5 to 34.5 ratio? Or how does that? It's just
No, you'd
8.5.
call it like a 4 point whatever, 1 to 4.06.
Yeah.
It's the reduce, that's just reduced, right?
Yeah.
Except I erased the 4. Sorry, how's my volume on this?
I don't think I'm picking you up. Yeah,
How about check? Oh, you know what? I need some phantom power on this. Check. Now you're getting it right.
Yep.
Okay, so when we switch mics down a few, we have to hit that 48 volts off if we plug the piano mic back in.
Okay.
Okay. So how's my volume on that? Check, mic check.
It's pretty good.
Okay. Now I can just keep that one. You guys can pass around that one. Yeah. Okay, so we got, so you have some 18mm samples. Well, you did 3? Okay, we need like Team Timothy and Team Mark and Team Landon. You could, whoever, if you're watching, you can, join their team. See who gets the most points by the end of the day. Okay, so we raised that. I like that look. You like that look? And I'll tell you, if you don't know any different, this looks better than this if you're regulating pianos and you're, you want it to be good. Okay, but now, okay, so just for fun, so this is regulating the starting point of the key, right? So someone, Mark, measure how much distance this key goes down.
Which one was it?
Just any of those 3 that you did.
How far it goes down?
Yeah. And then down, can I point something out with the camera real quick while he's doing that? So just to really point it out clearly, the underside, we're going from this underside line right there, right that line that the plastic makes, down to the top of the wood, the very top. And that's what we're going off of. Because, that's really the functional distance we have to work with on an upright as far as how it fits with the case parts. And notice the key top's still lower than this cheek block a bit, right? There's still plenty of key pins sticking out the top. Landon has a question.
Why don't you go from the top of the key?
Late to class. Asked the question that was already covered. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. So, no, what we said was that because the top of the key might be filed for looks, it might have some wear on it from playing. If it's an ivory top, they can be like curled, and have a big indent. And so it's just not a very defined line. Whereas that line underneath is going to be untouched. It's going to be a consistent height. Yeah. Now visually, if you had like, if you did that and you ended up with a key that just looked really bad with the others because of it, then you could make a choice. It doesn't really matter where you start the key, right? It doesn't matter where you put the starting line. Okay, what really matters is how far it's going to go, because we can time out the start of the hammer to match wherever that starting line is with the key, and I'll show you what I mean with that. Here, Dallin. Oh yeah, Lana, do you want to read the question out? Or Tim?
So the question is, shall you add X height to fulcrum? Would key height change about 2 times?
Does anyone know the answer to that? If you add X height to the balance point, does that change the key height 2x? Landon, are you getting this head nod over here from Landon? You have to say it in sign because you don't have a mic. And he is correct. Team Landon gets a point. Okay. I would like to know in the chat which team you're on. Team Landon, Team Timothy, or Team Mark. Okay, we'll see who gets. It might determine what kind of a lunch they get later today. Okay. So what did we just talk about? Where the key, setting what? Like, where the key, relative to my simple diagram of regulation. We established the starting line on the, some questions are just like too obvious. We're like, I'm not going to say the answer to that, you dumb teacher. Why'd you ask me a question that everyone knows and you're going to make me say it out loud? So we're just going to establish the starting line of the key travel, okay? Here's the key, here's the hammer, right? Here's the ratio of movement. Do you know, I'm going to get the crowbar out. We're going to grab the crowbar. This is something that I learned later in my career that kind of blew my mind about the... Okay, first of all, can you think... Well, I'll show this and then we'll go to that. Yeah, that works. Okay, Timothy. Let's see, we need a tabletop surface. Okay, so here's our key bed right here, okay? So Timothy, here's the crowbar, here's our fulcrum. Which end do we play with our finger?
This end right there.
The short one. What does that mean for our mechanical and weight advantage? Is it less? Like, are we losing a lifting advantage by playing on this side versus the other side? Definitely,
Yeah.
right? And in a piano, you want to silence that?
Yeah.
Yeah, airplane mode. Oh, not airplane mode, so silence. So, sorry folks, we're using our shop phone as the camera. So this blew my mind. We play the small end of the crowbar. I was like, why would we do that? Okay. I'm gonna grab another illustrator, okay, of this, okay? Just one second. You can show me if you want it. Okay. All right. Mark, I would like you to strike this string. Oh, Mark, I want you to strike this string and see what kind of volume you can get out of it. Yeah. You hold the, oh, I should hold the mic close to this. Come on, give me a good forte blow. Okay, versus. Do it again. Can you get that loud? Why not? Okay.
Do I have another volunteer? So I'm going to break the hammer.
Team Mark loses a point. You couldn't play a fortissimo. I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. Did you see that? Did you see that cheating? Like, do it again.
Weak.
Okay, which instrument do we all like better? Obviously, the more that you want to give it a try, Timothy. I'll hold this for you. Let's see how hard you can hit it. Okay. You know, you might want to push the pedal. That'll help. Push the pedal. Now do it.
Yeah, that's cheating.
Weak sauce. Okay. His arm is geared very differently. You know, he doesn't have, because we lose a weight mechanical advantage, but what do we gain? Velocity.
Leverage.
We get but it's like backwards leverage, right? We have we're making a weak lever, and that blew my mind because what kind of a lever is the key by itself? Does it have an advantage or a disadvantage mechanically? It has an advantage, right?
Yes.
And in a big way, like 2-to-1, which is what the comment said. I'm sorry, I didn't catch who asked it, but it has a big advantage. But the whipping, which is the lever in between that, has a like so advantage. I can't remember if it's an advantage or a disadvantage. The hammer has an extreme mechanical disadvantage because we lift it really close to the fulcrum, right? And so the net result of that is a mechanical disadvantage of 1 to 4.06 on this piano. But what's our advantage? Velocity, right? Like, what's the advantage of changing gears on your bike when you're trying to go fast? You can spin the tire a lot faster. Velocity, right? So that's kind of a cool thing that blew my mind when I learned about it. Any thoughts? You heard any thoughts?
No thoughts.
Okay. See, Timothy?
It is very interesting.
Okay. And you're watching the chat, Dallin?
Somewhat.
Anyone have any thoughts? Because that's kind of a key takeaway. Audio is good enough anyway. Okay, good. Audio is coming through video source location. Rafferty.
Thanks, Rafferty.
It's actually not. It's coming through. But these mics are, yeah, because our camera doesn't have any audio for sure. Anyway, Team Landon. Rafferty's on Team Landon. Oh, is that why you said thanks?
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? Feel free to put them, folks. You're just a part of this class as anyone else who didn't pay any money to join. So, we're good. Speaking of money, how can you help our channel? We'll sell tools from time to time, things like that. I'll show you. We'll have a kit where you could level your own keys. It'll have a straight edge, some prop blocks we use, some tweezer tools, and an assortment of paper and cardboard punchings. Maybe even some cloth if you need them, just in case. That way you could level your own keyboard, without having to acquire all those individual things on your own and wondering whether or not they're going to work for you. We can assemble a kit for you, get it shipped out. Just email us if you want. We'll put our email in the chat when Dallin has a second, but we'll go ahead and do it. That's how you can support the channel. Oh, also the developer of Pianoscope tuning software has offered a 10% discount if you're joining as a subscription paying monthly, which I think is around $15 a month or so. Really reasonable for masterful software. You can get 10% off on that, and if you use our code, which is Salt Lake Piano, and we'll put that in the chat as well. If you use our code, the proceeds from that benefit the channel, and you get a discount. If you buy it outright, that benefits the channel. Unfortunately, the way Apple's set up, we can't build a discount into that. But you, by nature of buying it outright, you're getting a discount because the software is going to last you a lifetime, and you're only paying 5 years worth, right? So, and we've been really impressed with the software as we work with it, so I have no problem endorsing it. So we're talking.
Myra,
What?
I have a question. In the
Yes.
chat.
Yeah.
When you press the soft pedal, does it change the beat you're hitting? And does it simply change the contact?
Good question, Rafferty. I'm going to ask you that same question. I'm going to ask it right back to you. What does it change when we push the soft pedal? Let's get some footage of it so we can wrap our brains around it. When we push the soft pedal, the left pedal, this dowel lifts this rail that the hammers are resting on, so it brings the hammers closer to the string, n'est-ce pas? So they're going to travel the same distance, greater distance, or a shorter distance. Someone grab the mic. Shorter distance. Okay, now the key, look right here, the green versus the orange. The green moves. Mark, can you grab a ruler real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. See how much wasted key travel is going on here before we actually move the orange.
It's about 2 millimeters.
About 2?
Yeah.
Is that all? Which is great. Really? From there to there is 2?
Wait.
Looks like more to me.
Sorry, I'm going somewhere.
Sorry, Mike, we want to get the action. There we go. The hidden mic. Sorry, is it right where you're looking at the ruler?
It's about 3.
3 millimeters.
Yeah.
Okay. Team Mark got a point. Whoever wants to join Team Mark. So it's. Can I measure that too? Actually,
Yeah.
just to see.
It could be tricky.
I don't know. Let's see what you do it. So honestly, from the top, it's measuring about at the 14.5 mark. And then when I push it down to that point, it's measuring 11.5. So 14.5 minus 11.5,
Like 3.
3. So who wins? Mark. Team Mark. Okay. All right. So the question, going back to the question, is it gearing it differently? Well, all we're doing is we're changing our starting point on both the key and the hammer. Right? So let's go to the board. This is the, now the key height isn't going down, right? Visually, hopefully. Sometimes it does when you push the left pedal on the upright. It's not going down, but it's not doing anything. It's not actually interacting with the hammer until that 3 millimeters down, right? So now we have, this is our starting point, right? But the gearing's the same. So it doesn't change, like say we had a dynamic curve, pianissimo to fortissimo, right? It doesn't change the way that interacts at all. All it does is it cuts you off of your ability to accelerate the hammer for longer, and so you can't accelerate it quite as fast. It also makes it easier to play softly because the key now starts to, we'll go into that later actually, but it does make it easier to play softer, and it'll make the action feel lighter. Not because it's geared differently, but it's because you're doing less work. The parts, the hammer and the key aren't connected for 3 millimeters of that keystroke on this piano. Okay, that was a great question. Can we answer it? Tell us yes or no, and we'll move on. Okay. So we changed the starting point of the key. But by doing that, there we go. We're just gonna. So how do we change the starting point? Do we make it earlier or later? Do we lower the key or raise it? There's a mic. Who's got the answer? Team Mark? Okay, so is that earlier or later? Later in the key is down further. Yeah, that's kind of a loaded question a little bit, but yeah. So so we made the starting point earlier, okay? Which actually, what that did is it made the distance that it can travel longer, right? Okay. Anyway, but we didn't gear it any differently. Okay, so, but the real big deal is not, you know, we could make the key travel a bunch, but it only needs to move the hammer for the 40, whatever, 34.5 millimeter distance, 30, whatever it is, okay? So what we want to do, we want to set this key, the key travel, how far it goes down, to be a good number that's going to work out with what we have up here, okay? And it's kind of similar from upright to upright. You know, the fact that that was 43 might be okay. But let's play around. We're going to play around with these two parameters just a little bit from the basics. And I'll kind of tell you, okay, but really all we're doing is we're increasing, right? These distances are decreasing them. That's all we're doing, and we're maybe changing the starting and ending points, okay? But before we decide where we want the end point, we know we want the starting point of the key to be there because the case tells us so, all right? we don't know for the starting point of the hammer where we want. And that can be a little tricky. We know it's a lot easier where it ends, but we'll get into that in a second, okay? So, can you guys put these keys back? And then let's switch, I'm gonna switch back to the wired mic. Okay, and then you all can talk into that when you need to. Okay, so let's mess with it a little bit. Let's get a chair. All right, so let's go. We can set a sample anywhere on the keyboard, but sure, we'll use E, okay? Normally I'll use let's use D, because then we can do a sample on D sharp. Usually I'll use C and C sharp, but it doesn't matter at all. I'm just taking a sample in the middle of the keyboard, okay? Now, the first thing I want to do, first of all, now let's see what happens here. Okay, so we've raised these keys. So how far does the key travel now, Marco? Oops. Or Timothy or whoever. Team Mark is very adept at measuring this distance now. It goes down 10.5. Okay, so we increased it by, which makes sense because they were sitting around, obviously this one was sitting around 15 and a half off the key slip, right? We raised it to 18. Right? Okay. So 10.5, that's not bad. That's maybe a good starting point to see where we're at. Okay. Let's see, and then the hammer on this one, the D, right? Can you measure, Timothy, can you measure the low distance like you did before? Except this time you're going all the way to the string, that's the full distance. So he's just gonna push the tail of the hammer all the way to the string till it stops. And this approximates it, okay? But it gives us something. And then he's looking at the end of the hammer next to it to read off the ruler, because that's where that one started, right? 40 what?
43.
43. Okay. So 43. Now, let's see where the finish line is for the hammer, okay? On this piano, the finish line, look right here, Dallin, real close. The finish line is almost, right now, it's set, gosh, about 6 millimeters, I'm sorry, 11 millimeters from the strings. And what the problem with that is we're not utilizing all the power that we have. We're not utilizing the full dynamics of this instrument. We're only accelerating the hammer up to that point, and then it's free floating to whatever point where then it's decelerating, right, as it hits the string and comes off. The other problem is if I try and play really softly like Mark did, it's not hitting the string. Right? Does everybody follow? So a lot of people have heard this adjustment is called let off, right? But really I want you to think of it as the finish line for the hammer, where it stops being pushed, okay? So let's set that closer. Now how are we going to do that, okay? First off, I want to see if like all those hammers in this section are that far away, or is that just one random one that's just way far away. Can you check that, Team Landon?
Sure. They all went off in the same place? Is that what we're checking?
I'm sorry, we can't hear you. What?
We're checking if they all let off in the same place? Is that correct?
Yeah, if they're kind of all far away from the string like that. By the way, if you didn't know, 10 is very, very far away from the string from what it should be.
It does look very far away.
In order to maximize what this mechanism can give us dynamically, like we can accelerate it and have really good control playing softly, we want to be about between 2 and 3 millimeters away from the string at that let-off point. That'll give us some safety room so it doesn't wobble or block against the string, but it'll allow us to have full control and dynamics. Okay, so are they all kind of the same? Are they all kind of far away?
Yes. They are all about the same.
Thank you. Okay. Timothy, you want to? Okay, so Timothy, you want to look at that too? And you could just kind of like hold a group of them, right, like this, and see where they let off. You can see where the hammer kind of recoils. You want to check if anyone has any questions or comments while we're going there? Nothing new. Okay. All right.
They're all pretty far.
They're all pretty far, right?
They are all pretty far. Yeah.
Okay, so we have, Dallin, can you get in here? From here, we're gonna give you get the front seat so that everyone on the camera can see this, because everyone else will get this here, it's easy. Okay, this rail that I'm touching, see that? Okay, runs along the whole thing under there, right? And it has these buttons attached to it. See, there's felt. If you get in there on that button, can you zoom it or something? Got some lighting. Okay, thank you everyone. Okay, see there's a felt piece. What's the felt for?
Noise reduction.
Noise reduction. Otherwise you would just use something that was a lot more stable, right? Like wood or plastic or something. Okay, so felt for noise reduction. Then you've got a wood button and it's screwed onto a screw that goes through this wood rail and comes up through the top, and it ends at this funny looking finish, which is an eye screw. Why an eye screw? I don't know, honestly, but that's what we have. So what does this button do? Okay, we're looking at the green felt again. So someone grab the mic, some team for a point, tell me what this button does.
What the button does that we were just talking about?
Moves,
Yeah.
It moves the jack out of the way for escapement.
So the jack, I'm gonna wiggle the jack right here, and we'll pull the action out. We'll see this a lot more, right? I'm wiggling the jack. It's pivoted on a pin right here. Okay, so as soon as this is this front part of the jack that's coated with like a graphite coating for lubrication and noise reduction. See, it's lifting the hammer, and then that button limits it and stops it, and it trips out because it can't follow its same path. It has to trip out from lifting the hammer. So we call that escapement or let off, right? So this, on this piano, some pianos will have rails that are for each section or so. Some pianos will have a continuous rail like this one. But how is this rail floating in space? Can someone get in with your light and find how it's connected? I'll guide you.
There are some screws holding it right here.
Okay, so Dallin, can you zoom in on that with the light, help with the light in there? Up above the green and looking down. There you go. Right to here. If I move this thing out of the way. There's a bracket, right? And the screw, yeah, right there. Yeah, down, that's good. There's a bracket, it's forked. So this rail can move in or out, right? And then that screw can be tightened and keep it in position. Well, guess what else? This bracket is a fairly thin metal if we looked under there. and that's hard to see, but it's a fairly thin metal. I can bend that up or down, okay? So now here's the question. If I raise these buttons higher away from that jack, what does that do to my finish line of the hammer, to my let-off point? Does it make it closer to the string or further away? And you have to grab the mic. Team Landon was first.
Closer to the string.
So if I raise that button, it's going to hit it later, so the hammer's going to travel farther before it trips. It'll be closer to the string. And the opposite is true. If the button's lower, it's going to contact that jack tender sooner, and it's going to trip the hammer sooner. So right now, we have a problem, or we have an opportunity. You like that?
That's much better.
We have an opportunity to make more of this instrument, dynamically and musically, okay? We're going to, and this is something that's very, we're not talking about like it's very it's perceptible.
Achievable.
Perceivable.
Achievable.
Thank you. Team Timothy, minus 5 points. I'm just kidding.
I'll take it.
I'm just joking. Okay, so in general, look, someone tried to set this one closer, and then, anyway, they ran into a problem. But so what we want to do though, to let that off close to the strings is what, guys? Raise the buttons. Now I could go and I could unscrew all these screws, but that would just be dumb at this point because that's not the problem. The problem is a wholesale adjustment on the rail. So let me grab some needle nose pliers. Now, fair warning on this, not all pianos will be able to be adjusted wholesale in this exact way, but most uprights will, okay? So I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna grab I'm gonna pinch the whole wood part and right where this bracket is, and I'm gonna brace my stuff and lift up and bend it up, okay? Now let's see right here what that did to our let off. Oh, it's much closer, isn't it? It is, right? Now, are we close enough? Almost. But I'm gonna go to the other bracket. I'm gonna go down the line and lift these up and look for the other bracket. Oh, there he is. Okay. So I'm gonna lift that up. Look at that. And how much time did that take me versus turning all those screws? Team Timothy, you want to point? Verbalize it.
That just makes it so much faster and keeps the patience levels higher.
Yeah, and it's correct. It's the correct choice in this case because we have full range of the screws still for individual adjustment. If you run those all up, those buttons would be like way higher. Sometimes they might start to hit the wood rail that they're screwed through, and then they'll start to unscrew out of that screw because you're trying to run it up too high. The problem is the wholesale adjustment. Okay, so I'm gonna go through, I'm gonna check this section, make sure it's also too far away, and I'll continue to find those brackets and just bend up a little bit at that point. I want someone else to try it though. That's better, right? Because I've had enough time. Okay, this one's hard. You have to put in some sweat. Maybe not sweat, but strength. So find your bracket. The easiest way is just go like this and look through there. Right? Just get a real meaty grab, and you're going to need both hands and all the way to your body to pull that up. And then some. Okay? Check it. Nice and slow for us so we can see what it's doing. Okay, we're really close, aren't we? Try to. Sometimes you can only go so far with one bracket, but then when you bend the other one, because the other one's keeping it down. So keep bending and see where we end up. Then Landon, I'll let you go through those if you want. Have you done this? No. Good. This is, someone tell Mark what we're doing in the microphone because he missed it. you have, well, they're doing that, I'm gonna ask a question. Other piano. I've seen an Asian piano where 3 millimeters of let off will result in wobbling, whereas other pianos will work fine. Is there a way to fix that without increasing let off in such an Asian piano? Yeah, I would say what's going on there is you need to have, it's not a problem, it's not an issue of where the hammer is escaping from the string. Most likely. The problem there is that there's not enough heat travel to complete the action of the jack escaping. Can't hear me? Oh, I wonder why. Sorry, check. Just check this here. I think it'll be better now. Let's see. Can you hear me okay now? Hopefully you have my audio.
And just go to the side of it.
I'm getting you on the monitor. I'm getting you on the monitor.
You grab the whole rail, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's 2 mics. So they have a mic over there, but then I have
just pull it. And then just pull it
my mic
up.
on top of the computer, okay?
With, you kind of have to kind of,
Just check. Was it getting
Yeah.
better?
Should check before.
I checked before.
Did it do anything?
I don't know.
It seems to do
A
something.
little bit, yeah.
This should be good to know. You should be able to hear me once in a while. Just over there. And I used to need this one, right? Yeah. So I'm going to talk to you from the problem on that Asian piano you said most likely not.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right. That's, like we could even go for this.
Out from under the Which is still in the background. Let's try this now. Is that any better? Hopefully this is better. That's not. Good. 6-8. How about that? Can you hear me now? Okay. Try something else.
What's up with it? That's pretty large.
That mic, because of it needing the phantom power, is like they're saying it's getting drowned out.
What mic?
The one that I had plugged in just straight.
Nice.
Check 1 2. Check test 1 2. Test 1 2. Test.
I mean, I think you still
Okay, is this any better?
tweak it. You don't have to like.
No, we had the right mic plugged in and everything, but one of the mics requires phantom power and the other was transmitted from the wireless transmitter. But can you hear me okay on this? It's not going to be the best quality as the next one, right? Just want to check and make sure you can hear me before I go ahead with my answer on that. Sorry, are you still there, Elkin? I wanted okay, or anyone else is listening, let me know. I would just talk to their mic. This mic, that mic right there is winning over everything.
Yes. It's because it's a team right.
I'm not sure what's going on. Can I have that one?
Yes, you may.
Okay, and then we'll switch. You guys can just talk under this, hopefully. So, have we not been hearing comments from everybody the whole time when they've been on the other mic? I know you think it's the camera mic, but I swear the camera doesn't have any audio. It's just one. It's my wireless that I have right here. So how are we doing on this? This mic works fine. Okay, I'm gonna assume you can hear me, and we'll go ahead with talking through this, what you were talking about there. So on that Asian piano, it's probably most likely not an issue with how close the hammer is letting off to the string. The problem is the jack, which escapes from there, needs to be escape all the way in order to in order to be out of the way. The bobbling comes when it doesn't escape all the way. So the problem most likely is you don't have enough key travel, or you have too much hammer travel, so there's not enough keystroke to finish through the action of it escaping. Okay, so and we'll get through that whole thing as we go through the regulation process here. You'll see that in more detail. Okay, I'm not sure why. I would love to know if Landon's waving. I would love to know if in previous, as we passed that other mic around, were you able to hear both of us then or not? You know, or was it still two? Were you only mostly hearing one mic? I think everyone said they were only hearing the camera audio, which I think is this one. Try it. We don't want an echo. So you have to turn your mic off. Oh no, you wanted another mic. We'll get an echo.
I just
Oh, feedback. Gotcha. Landon will be testing the live stream. Okay. Okay, did we fix it? We did? Okay.
Oh, it's much better. Oh, it is much better.
Okay. And that's what we're going for, is much better. Honestly. So let's check it out. This is Team Everybody. Team Slips Co. Salt Lake Piano Service Company. So we're way closer. And you tried and you just couldn't get it any closer, right? Or what? And right there at the top is just about right. Did you try to get any closer in the treble or no? The bass is just about right or too close. This one's actually touching the string before it lets off, which is fine. We can, we can get a screwdriver. Let me show you. Okay, we're gonna do this, guys. So it's kind of the same thing. We can pass it around a little easier, okay? Either that or we'll just trip on it. Okay. All right. So if the opposite of lifting is just hitting it down. So say you're like, oh, that's a little close. But if it's just one or two, I wouldn't bother with this. I would just turn the screw. And I'm going to just turn the screw on that one. So I think we're close enough, okay? So we changed the finish line for the hammer, right? Right. Okay, good. Keep the audio on, everyone. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna sit. What we're doing is we're setting a sample on our D here, right? So when I look at this distance, Dallin, really close to the strings, that's a little far away from what I want, especially after we're gonna shape the hammers. It's a little far away. So now we need a tool to turn that screw up, and I'll show you one tool. I just didn't get my tools. Yeah, you're fine. By the way, any of these tools, if you're like, I don't have that, I want that, I need that, and you can't find it on your own, we could hook you up. We could order a set and have it drop shipped to you or something. $25 for the time just to assemble it and ship it out and whatnot. I mean, that doesn't include the shipping, but if you'd like, we can do that for you. We'll just go through the work of, finding the individual tools that we know will work. These are just the same tool, different lengths. It's got an opening that's oblong for that eye to fit into. This I don't think is the best tool. The best tool I don't have. It's always sold out. I should probably get some made. It'll have like a plus symbol, like a Phillips.
I got that.
You want to pull it out, Timothy? Timothy will go get it. He has one, and so we'll be able to see it. But depending on the piano you're on, you're going to want the shorter one or this longer one, okay? So Team Mark is going to be doing this. On the D, we want to set that closer to the string. So which way do you need to turn for that to happen? Okay, so we're turning the I screw down. You want to come get close? Right on top of that rail that we just moved, right? It's right in there. Right, that I screw right there. We're going on the top of it. And to do this, I guess I should demo, right? Yeah. Because you've never done this before. Okay. Pull up the hammers with your hand, then you have really easy access to get in here and kind of reach. But look, it has to be at kind of an angle. So turn really gently so as not to break off the top of that screw. Which way are you turning? Which way do you want the button to go to make that later?
To go up.
Up. So that means you're turning.
To the right.
You're turning it up. To the left.
To the left.
Yeah. You want that button to come out, you need to screw it out.
So it just needs to be on like this.
Yeah, as vertical as you can get.
And it should be.
You know what though? Look, let's try and change something else. I don't like the way that angle that he's got on there. It's looking kind of scary. Let me grab a tool behind you.
Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, you can show that. So, you can say that.
So there's the plus one that we're referring to.
The advantages are
that you can just you just have two directions that you can do it, as opposed to just getting it on as one.
Yeah, you have more. You can access the screw at lots of different rotations. Okay, so I don't like that angle. It's very easy to break the screw. I'm going to go in here. I'm going to loosen the screws on these brackets. Now this might cause us to undo what we just did with the bending of the brackets. We'll see. Yeah, it might. This might be more the problem of what, if you think to yourself like, well, how did this get this way, right? It's most likely that these screws got loose here and the rail moved position. So I'm going to loosen all of them. And Alan, you can get close in here if you want. And Timothy, your light was so handy. Do you want to shine a light on the subject?
Maybe this one that has better control.
So prepared. It's part of
Okay.
Yep, got it.
Oh, sorry. I'm sitting here like, okay. Keeping everyone in suspense. Okay, so I'm just loosening these a little bit. Now look, I can wiggle this rail free to move, right? Let's move this up a little farther, okay? Let's do it where our sample is first and see if that helps us at all. If it doesn't help us, then we'll just put it back where it was. So I'm just gonna kind of pry this forward a little bit. Where's that bracket? There's one right there. Okay, we'll just move that bracket. Pry that out a little bit. And retighten here. Now if I push down on the screw while I'm tightening, then that's another thing, is if someone was tightening it and they push down, you know. But look, now let off is hitting the strings, right? So that's part of what happened to this piano, how it got so out of regulation. So you might want to ask yourself that first. That's my guess anyway. We're doing some piano detective work. Okay, can you pull out, team whoever, set all those the way I set that one, okay? And everyone can do it actually. Just we've got two flathead screwdrivers here.
Just visually match it to how
Yeah, just visually match it to where it is on the bracket to start. Get out of your way. Do you guys want to? Can you sit the others? If you don't know what you're doing, just ask Landon. Team Landon.
I don't know.
So like this. Look at where that is. The screw is on the bracket.
And just mirror image
No, that one's already
onto
set.
this one.
So that's the sample.
So here.
So you have to pull the rail out.
Oh.
You did great. Okay, I need to apologize to all my viewers. A big apology. Guess what audio we were hearing, folks? The camera audio. Okay, I'm so sorry. Let me get a face-to-face apology. I'm sorry. You were all right. There was a mic input for the camera. I didn't know that was an option in this case. Can you hear me now with this? I'm sure you can hear me now with this thing. And then I'm going to plug in the other mic as well. Now we should have a much better setup. Okay. Okay, now can you hear me? This is a mic check for lapel mic number 1. If somebody in the audience would be so kind as to confirm that they are hearing it fine. Okay, there is lapel mic number 1, check. Here is lapel mic number 2, an audio check. How does that sound to everybody? Sorry guys, excuse me for a sec. And lastly, this is our piano mic. Check. Mic check. This is piano mic. Can you play the piano, guys? Can you hear the piano all right now? How is the piano mic at this point?
Our audience deserves a little
Keep it going, actually. Okay, how's the heart and soul coming through? Is the piano mic good? Yeah, our voices are gonna be way louder than the piano mic. It's a weaker mic, unfortunately. If the voices are too loud, we can definitely bring those down. Okay, everyone thinks it's fine now, so hopefully we're gonna go with this. Feel free to put in your 2 cents. Again, just kind of feeling our way through this. Now this mic will work if you hold it like this, okay, y'all?
Okay.
And we don't need the piano mic for now. I'm gonna switch it to the lav mic too. For those streaming in, watching the stream, you might now need to adjust the overall volume in your listening device. I brought the lav mics level down, the gain on them down, so that it'll be more balanced with the piano when we need to play that. So, but I think hopefully you can hear me okay, at least at this level. From my monitor it's fine, but again, you might need to turn your volume up a bit. Just let us know if it's unacceptable. Thank you very much. The what mic? No, I had to select the Focusrite as the input. So it was on iRyan. So both our lav mics are live. So where did we end up, y'all? Are we done? Almost done?
Yeah, check our work.
So what did that do? Well, we heard what it did, didn't it? So then did you move on and try and like hit them down to adjust it at all? The brackets? Why not? Let's do it. Okay, so now when we move that out, let's see, did it improve our angle on the screws at all? It did. We have a little bit safer access to those without breaking them, okay? And on a lot of the notes, you heard it blocking then against the string, right? I did before, now I don't, but anyway. Were you working on it or something? Or?
Yeah, I just kind of made sure it
Some of these were
Cleared.
forward more.
Team Timothy gets a point. I haven't heard from all the audience members which team you've joined. I think we only have one volunteer for Team Landon. So, okay. Remember to speak in the mic. And it's not a general mic. You do have to have it close now because it's not that. Okay. All right. So we have So let's check our sample here where it is. Okay, now it's like, ooh. Now we're going to shape these hammers down. It's going to be about 1.5 millimeters, and so, but we're still too close a little bit to that string. Okay. So I'm going to, yeah, let's try Timothy, see if it fits in here. Some pianos you can just push the key and there's enough room to get in here. On this console I have to lift the hammers independently and then get in here, okay? So which way do I need to go if it's too close? Team Mark? If I turn
It's too close.
to the left or
Turn it
counterclockwise,
down,
the button's
right.
going to go up. So
Turn
Team
it
Timothy
down,
says
turn it
I need to
down.
turn to the right. To move the button down, it'll contact it sooner. The finish line will be sooner. So let's have someone do that. Just a little bit. Team Timothy? Or someone who hasn't done much of this. Okay. And then you want to give Timothy the mic while he's working?
Hello.
Do you have any wise words?
All right, so let's check where we're at. Oh, we want to go on D. Let's go on our sample now.
Okay.
Yeah, just adjust that one for now.
Okay.
We're going to be doing, of course, all the adjustments, but most of what we need to learn, really, we can learn from a sample, right? But then how to do it on a whole piano efficiently, that's also what we're going to teach for the class. That's going to be a huge part of this. Without taking you a year to do it. So a little more. This adjustment will not seem linear on a lot of old pianos. Does anyone of the three teams know why?
I have a guess.
What's your guess?
Wait, when you say it won't seem linear, you mean like
In
you
fact,
have to
you
do
turn
more?
it a little and it might change where the hammer stops a lot. You might turn it a lot and it changes where the hammer stops a little.
Depending
or the
on the
opposite
note?
way from where
Like-
you thought
Like depending on the note or on one note?
on one note.
Would it be because the felt is like pressed in differently or the head is angled differently? So
Yeah,
it
it's-
makes different.
It's the way the felt has been indented over years and years of contact, right? So you have like a pit and you
Yeah.
rotate and orient that differently all of a sudden, and now it's a taller button than it was. And so sometimes you have to rotate all the way around to see your true adjustment, but you just keep playing with it. Okay, Team Timothy.
I'll take a point for that answer.
Oh, Team
Thank you.
Lannon, point. Okay, so that would be great for a grand. Can you zoom in on that, Dylan? Now remember, we're going to take off about 1.5 millimeters of felt of that. So picture that, folks, after we file the hammer. But that would be okay for a grand. For an upright, we got to be a little more forgiving. Yeah, so just go a little further away. And while he's doing that, I'll check the chat. I'm assuming now you can hear me now that we fixed things. Jeffrey Boyle. So, okay, the audio's good. Again, just reminding you, whoever's tuning in, your questions, comments are just as welcome here to interrupt what we're doing.
Yeah,
This is for
works a little
you.
bit better right now.
Of course, it's for the guys too, but it's for you just as much.
Now it looks a little bit better now. So, yeah, I think we'll see if it passes inspection.
We shall see. All right. I'll inspect it. Just kidding. Flawless.
Let me know when you guys are through.
Yep, we're ready.
Okay. I was just busy putting that code into the chat. Down, you can, if you can too, you could tee that up and just maybe put put our email, whatnot, if you didn't already, pin our email to the chat, and then the discount code and whatnot. Or Mark could probably, actually Mark could show you where it is. But what's your question, Mark?
Why is this getting stuck? Like,
Well, because it's stuck right here. The green is catching the orange way back here. This is the catcher. This is the catcher, and this is the back check or front check. It's on the front. I don't know. So it's catching, but in a wrong spot. Okay. So, but we'll that's not even gonna be an issue to us. Okay, so we moved it farther away, and now Landon, do you want to film in? Zoom in on this bad boy. That's a little too far for me.
Okay.
I'm gonna be really picky. So can you just pull it and yeah, you just flip that thing and yeah. Just pinch zoom on in here. And so now let me show people how I go really slow first. Take your index finger, put it under the keys here, and then you have total control to just go really slow through the action, okay? So we're gonna go real slow, and it lets off there. Now we're gonna get rid of some felt. Okay, so that's gonna be a little too far away. So I'm gonna be really picky, somewhere in between what you just did, Timothy. But you still get a point, Team Timothy. Point!
So what's
Point!
So it needs to be closer.
Closer, so you need to raise the button a little, right? Yeah.
What did you say?
Raise, lower, raise, lower.
Of what you want?
Oh, between 2 and 3 millimeters, probably 3.
And is that just for all upright pianos?
Yeah, that'll work for all upright pianos. And you don't have to have it super, super close. Because honestly, you can still get the hammer to hit the string like in a real quiet dynamic. And it's safer. So I'd rather, on an upright, I don't think we gain that much. I would rather voice the hammers brighter to compensate than for whatever we might lose by having that let off just a little further back. So listen to the sound. You hear how it's more focused?
Yeah, that is.
We don't have our piano mic on, sorry folks, but the sound is much more focused than the others. Okay, let's go through the action here. Let's check the let off. We're gonna call that, oh, guess what? You got thrown off. Look, it's touching now before it lets
Okay,
off.
so just,
It might have changed when I played it.
uh-huh.
That's the other problem you can get with old buttons. You have to check it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit further back. So we're dealing with old let-off buttons. Yeah, you could go through, take everything apart and put new little circles of felt on those buttons, but I mean, you don't have to. All you did there probably is just waste a lot of time because it can be regulated this way. It just takes it's just a little quirky. Okay.
We're gonna follow the hammers as well.
Okay, it's a little close yet, Timothy.
Okay, a little bit more.
So I'm getting kind of right. My viewpoint's like right here. Yeah. Here, I'll get a gauge for you as a visual.
Okay.
This is about the thickness of. Where's our millimeter ruler? This is about 1.5 millimeters thick. And so it's pushing against there.
Okay.
So we definitely need it a little further back. 3 millimeters is quite a bit. So let's do 2. Or let's do 1.5 even.
Okay.
And it'll still be better. Here, you could just do that same thing to check it. And then Mark, I'll pull out effective methods to do the whole piano once we decide what we're going to do. Right now we're just evaluating where the starting and stopping points are and deciding where we are going to set them for the whole piano. Once you do that, it's all just turning screws and sticking
Okay.
paper punchings in.
Try that.
Okay, what do you think? Team Mark, can you inspect that? And then you don't mind that, right? And this is kind of your gauge. It shouldn't like push against it, and it shouldn't be far away from it. Go really slow. Oh, you missed the lesson. To go really slow, stick your finger like this. Then you can go super, super slow. Super speed slow. Let's look at it without first. Okay, let's look at it with. You have to let go and redo. That is super slow. Team Mark, point. Keep going, friend. Okay, so that's about 2 millimeters or 3 millimeters, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's leave it there.
Okay.
It's good enough for now.
So are you going to the point right where it starts to move back?
I mean, if you were using a gauge, you could do whatever you wanted, but we're trying to achieve about 3 millimeters from the string, and we're imagining what it's going to be after we shape the hammer.
Okay.
So that was about 3 millimeters. You know, somewhere between 2 and 3 will be really safe for most pianos. Okay, now we're going to examine here what we have. Okay, so we have, right now we're just assuming the same starting point right now for the hammers, right? And the starting point for the key we've set. Now, and we'll get into some other details as we go, but basically now the hammer is traveling a full distance. How far is it traveling now, Team Mark? What you want to do is go just to the point before it lets off, and then
So am I measuring here?
yeah, so you're measuring from this tail to the end of the one at rest, and that gives you
Is it the top of the tail or like the end?
just, you can choose.
Okay.
No, it's actually the end. You can't choose.
Okay. Are we doing the D still?
Yeah.
So right there.
Before that. See how it let off
Yeah.
already? So like right before it lets off. Okay. .41 or so.
Here, let me get a better. Oh. I see 40.
So, because you're probably not going quite to that point. .40. 40 is the correct answer. Point. Okay. Team Mark. All right. So, do you have something to say, cameraman?
No, I just say everyone's tied up at 2 now.
Okay. Oh, okay. He's keeping score. All right. So, anyway, it's going about 40, and it was going like 34.5 before, right?
Yeah.
So by setting that end distance, we were able to maximize what we want, and the key's traveling farther too, right? How far is the key traveling now? We decided it's going, what was it again?
I think it was 10.5.
10.5 millimeters. Yeah, D. Good catch.
D-dog.
D-dog.
I think it's further. Double check there. I think it's 12.
Elikim says, would it be a good idea to remove the let-off rails and quickly iron felts as an alternative to changing them all? Well, the problem was not that the indentation occurred. If that were the problem, we would have blocking of the hammers against the strings, and they would be too close. The problem was that they were way, way too far away, which is way more common. So it came out of adjustment there because of a misplacement of the rail. Okay, so we adjusted the whole rails to get us really close. And then you still have to go through each one a little bit. Even if we ironed them, you'd still have to go through each one So I don't think it'd be worth the time personally, but someone could convince me otherwise. If you had an iron and a wet rag or something you could stick under there without removing it, that might be worth it.
Frame it up in color.
But otherwise, I think it would just increase your job time way too much with little benefit.
It's actually 12.
12 is what it's traveling before it lets off.
Yeah.
Well, do you know why it's more now?
The key distance down.
Well, it's more now because what did we do to this distance? Cameraman? With this distance here, the finish line, well, let's just say it was right here, right? And it was letting off about, here's the strings, right? It was letting off like 10 millimeters away, 11 millimeters from the strings, right? So we're like, no. We bumped that up 8 millimeters or so, right? So we made that finish line different. It's not geared any different, it just made the finishing line different. So now the key is going to travel farther. This arrow's messing me up. The key's going to travel farther down before this lets off, right? Than what we measured before. So you notice the ratio is preserved.
You increase both finish lines.
Yes, we increased both
Same amount.
finish line. We increased the finish line on this one by raising the. Now I'm gonna draw this a little differently. This will be a good exercise. I'm gonna have actually Team Landon draw it up for me. Okay. So this is what we're gonna do, Landon. We're gonna have. Choose your color. Actually, let's get 3 versions of this. Let's have all the teams
Oh boy.
draw this diagram.
Competition.
Okay, so, oh yeah. Where's my rag? Does anyone see the microfiber rag that was here? Okay, choose your color.
Like it?
Oh, thank you. Okay, choose your color over there. Grab a color. Yeah, you can use these if you need. Okay, so what we're gonna have. All right, so a dotted line is gonna represent your starting line, okay? So just do a short dotted line. And we're gonna do the key on the left for fun. Okay, this will be like the starting line of your key. And then you're gonna draw a line down from that starting line, just about, a little bit to represent the key travel. Yeah, and then put an arrow so that we know it's going down. Okay. Now make another starting line to the right of it, just so you have room. Another dashed line, not connected, just a little bit apart, right? So this is going to be the hammer one over here, okay? So wherever, just another dashed line, yeah. Now ideally they would be timed exactly at the same level there, okay? This is kind of like we think of it in the piano, right, as going up, even though this is an upright piano. But they're going in kind of opposite directions-ish. So draw an arrow up from there representing the hammer travel. And remember, it's roughly a ratio of a little more than 4 to 1 for the key travel. Okay. So then we need a finish line. It doesn't have to be a solid line, whatever you want, whatever kind of line you want for the finish lines. Oh, that's dash dot dash dot dash. Very good, very good. That's your hammer travel, Team Mark?
That's like 3 to 1.
How does the line start? How does the line start before the starting line? Okay. All right. Okay. And then, is it going to start there or isn't it? Right. Okay. Okay, so now the first thing we did setting our samples was raised the key height. So what line did that change? How? What line moved?
The starting line.
So that was the finish line. That's the bottom.
Starting line moved up.
Okay, so move the starting line up a little bit to the new starting line. So what did that? What achieved that for us? What adjustment?
Raising the key height.
And how did we do it? Oh, you need
Balance
mics.
rail.
No one can hear anything you're saying. My bad. There you go. Team Landon.
Okay, so we just raised the starting line for the key by increasing the key height, which we did by putting punchings under the balance rail.
Now look though, when you do that, look, you're yeah, okay. Very good.
Interesting.
Never mind. Okay. And then what did we do? Then we adjusted where the hammer escaped or let off, right? So what line was that changing and how?
Finish line
The finish line of the,
of the hammer.
yeah, you have to speak it into the mic or no one can hear you.
The finish line of the hammer.
Yeah, we have to be more picky because before it was a different mic we were,
Right.
yeah.
Okay.
So we increased that distance, didn't we? Okay. All right. So that's kind of where we are in setting samples. Any thoughts or confusions on that one? No?
I think we're
Okay.
good.
All right, let's check the chat. Nope, everybody's good there. All right, so let's go back to the piano then with the chair here. We're going to finish setting our sample. So we set the key height where we wanted, and we set the, you know what though? I want to point something out. Look at that. Look at the green versus orange.
Are you lifting the key up, or are you just pushing it down?
I'm lifting it up actually because it's kind of like it's not contacting the hammer and this whole and it's coming to rest like lower. The back of the key, in other words, is not going firmly against the back rail each time. Why not? I'll give you a hint. Someone glued this lead weight right here for a reason.
Oh, the key isn't resting on the back rail?
Yeah. Why not?
It's too front heavy.
It's too front heavy. There's way too much weight on the front of this key. Oh, sorry, did you want to feel that, Timothy?
You're just gonna...
And remember to speak in the mic if you can. So this is different than checking for the fit of the pin. There's just that play, you see? And if you play the key and let go, it may or may not come all the way up. See that? Let's check it out, feel that. Too high. It's just that tiny little slop until you feel the back hit the rest rail. So you push down on there. Push down on the back of the key. Yeah, you feel it? See, the front of the key is too heavy. Now, granted, on an upright, these parts do not fully rest on the back of the key. They're close, but they can't rest on it for most pianos. Otherwise, I'll show you what'll happen. Can you hand me my bag? My bag?
Thank you.
Well, he speaks Canadian, so I had to.
I understood that.
Okay. All right. All right. Okay. So I'm just going to turn up this capstan screw here so that the key will make more positive contact with the parts above it. And actually, honestly, I'm having a little bit of a time getting in there. Okay. Okay. I'm going to go a little higher. I'm just going to pull it out, make sure my tool actually fits this piano because it was feeling really weird. So I'm just turning this screw up here so it's higher, so it'll make more. So I'm basically pinching the back of the key between the weight of these parts up here and the back rail that it rests on. Okay, so now look, the key goes up higher than where we set it, and it comes to a firm resting point. But here, this is a little extreme, but also look, the hammer is floating closer to the strings, guys, than where it was. So let's turn this down just a tiny bit. Just turn. It's easier just to do it with the key out in this piano. You can do on some pianos. It's fine to reach in there, but so turn it into the wood just a little bit more. Let's try that. A little goes a long way with this screw. So now look at the green and the orange. Okay. They're moving simultaneously as I tap the key. That means the weight of the hammer and everything is right on the back of the key. But if I tap the back of the key, this hammer goes down a little bit, right? It wiggles. Let's get rid of that wiggle, Landon. Just a tiny, tiny bit. Did you even do anything? Okay, look, now I tap on the back of the key. The hammer doesn't move. The key is still higher though. So actually, you know, now let's look at the green versus orange. They move simultaneously. But what we have to be careful of, you think, well, that's just great. Solve the problem, right? But we have to make sure that the jack can reset after it's escaped. So Timothy, could you get your light in here? And Dallin, we're going to film right through this hole right here. Okay, right. Let me see if I can get down there, because it'll be a little easier for me. I got it. Okay, so we're looking at that jack. Perfect, Timothy. See the jack, the blue thing right there? I'm talking right there. Okay, I'm going to play the key. I'm going to play it. Now I'm going to let go. Look, it didn't go back underneath like that one. And so it won't play again. We need some gap there on this upright piano for it to work. Okay? So let's turn this key, turn this down a little bit more. Mark hasn't gotten a chance. Well, thanks, Dylan. Did you see kind of what I was pointing at on that one? Yeah. I mean, a little goes a long way. It's like eighth of a. I mean, a real little. Like eighth of a turn. So let's see. Well, let's see. I mean, we might have gotten it. So I don't like the fact. Actually, look. So now there's a little bit of wiggle here with the green before it moves the orange, but it's still not going to reset. It's not going to reset well because the back of the key isn't going down. So this upright needs like more than regulation. We need to address this front weight. We need to take all the leads they put in here and take them out. Go ahead, Mark.
Take out the leads?
Yeah.
Oh, there are none.
No
Plot
leads.
twist.
No leads.
Okay, so what are our options?
Throw away the piano.
Put leads in
Throw
the
away
back
the
of the
piano.
key.
What?
Put leads in the back of the key.
Put leads in the back of the key. Should we do it like this, gentleman?
No.
Or lady?
That's ghetto.
That's ghetto. You gonna show that down? That is ghetto. And if you're not familiar with the term ghetto, if it's not internationally transferable, Landon, what would be your translation?
That is unprofessional.
Okay, there you go. There you go. All right. So now, we have a choice. Wood actually weighs quite a bit, obviously. There's a lot of wood right here and a little wood here. I mean, of course, it has a balance advantage. We could take wood out of the key, or we could add lead to the back of the key. Let's see what happens if we add lead to the back of the key, because that might be more professional if we insert it into the back, okay? I didn't know where this exploration was going to take us on this piano, but we can't regulate it well. There's no way. We can't regulate it like that. We have no fixed starting point for the key where it'll still work, right? We've got to get it working right first. We've got to get it balanced better so that we can actually set those points reliably. Because even with just that much play, the jack still does not return. It'll play again, but it'll play really weak or not at all. Okay, so let's grab, I'm gonna go grab a little lead. I'll be right back while Mark plays a happy song. Let's have a team Timaroo. Here's some little leads in this bag. So place a lead somewhere on the back. I mean, the closer to the balance point, the easier it is because we have more room to drill in the wood. But these are pretty little too. So just play around a little bit with that D. By sticking a lead, just placing it loose somewhere on the back of that lever. We're gonna see if it changes things for us. Oh, I'm gonna grab something. I didn't have my mic on either.
Timothy is now placing a lead on the back of the key to test and see if it solves the problem.
Okay, and right at this point, we're gonna take a bathroom break. Little break. Well, no, not. Anyway, we're gonna take a little break. The exciting conclusion of this exploration in 10 minutes and a bit. We'll be back at 20 to the hour. Thanks for joining. Join us up again in about 10 minutes here. Okay, that camera is filming the ground. We're live again. Let's see, there we go. Someone from Brazil joining us, everybody. Okay. All right. So what we were doing is Timothy was trying, we determined we cannot regulate this piano with the balance of the key weights so far off. You can't. You're not going to have a stable key height. You're not going to have a stable interaction with the whipping to make sure that the piano repeats well. It's not going to repeat well because it's front heavy on the key, right? So it's not going to return very well. So, do you mind if I sit? All right, and then here's the mic to pass around. I guess Timothy's here though. Okay, Timothy. Timothy was deciding what size of weight and where we need to put it on this D in order to get that back of the key to fall back down all the way on the rail, on the back rail.
Oh, for right now, it's actually fallen back on.
Well, that's because you're letting go really quickly.
Okay.
Yeah. So stick a weight there.
Okay.
Because right now I can do this kind of thing. Let's turn the capstan down.
Okay.
Because the problem where it was now, the jack won't return. It's it's the weight of the parts above it are what's keeping it down, and that's not on an upright what needs to happen. Okay, so now, look, I can put it like that.
Okay.
Dallin, do you see that? Let me show you. Sorry. So here's, when it's resting firmly against the back rail, the key is this high. But when it's not, it'll just come to rest way down there. That's a big difference, remember? Because this key's only going to travel 10 millimeters. So just set it there any old where. Okay, we don't have to push it all the way like that.
Okay.
We just want to go. That's not heavy enough to drop that down.
Okay, so do we need?
Grab a big one. Just grab a big one right there. Okay, how about that now? Is it returning now?
Mm-hmm.
Just barely now, huh?
Yeah, well, like, there we go, that did something.
Okay, now I've come up with a new way of kind of just testing weighting choices out before we even before we commit, right? Now let's look at the back of this key, or the side of it, sorry. Let's see what's even possible as far as where we can stick these weights. This diameter is big. There's no way. Sorry, can you grab another one?
Yes,
I'll just set it down, that'll be better. Y'all catching this? Okay.
I think at least that one.
So now we're a little limited. Now we could stick a little guy like there. That's probably like the most extreme we could do, right? This big guy, I wouldn't want to go any further back than probably about where that line is to feel safe, you know? So we're gonna heat up a hot glue gun. Can you grab the hot glue gun? Yeah, I dropped that. You can grab that out. It's in a black box that says glue gun, and with the iron and all that in the shelf. Then, is anyone confused what's going on here? No? Okay. If anyone in the chat is wondering what on earth are you guys doing, just let us know. Okay. And then there was a blue mat in there. Can you grab that too, that silicone mat? We'll just throw it on top of here. This is just a way to kind of tack the lead in place so you can move the key up and down without it moving position. before you commit to drilling holes in the key. So we're just going to use hot glue. We'll let that heat up for a second. This is a good opportunity to relax. Even though we just took a break, you need that post-break break sometimes. 30 seconds in, just to, you know. So when this goes under here, we can't set a lead on top very, like all the way back, can we? But we get, like, I'm curious if this is even close to like balancing it down. It's not even close, is it, this little lead? Nope.
You want it to just go down, just barely, right? That's like the ideal.
What we want it to definitely be back heavy. Otherwise, the jack has no chance of resetting.
Is there such thing as like too back heavy? Like how do you know once you cross that
Yeah,
line?
so what we're gonna do, we're gonna take some touch weight measurements,
Okay.
up weight, down weight, to see what we actually end up with and see if we can deal with it on this piano. But remember, this piano we determined, is it geared relatively heavy or high or low? The relatively high would be 5 something. And this one was barely 4, barely over 4. And granted, we didn't take like, well, we took pretty careful measurements. I think it's pretty accurate actually. So what am I saying with that? I'm saying I think it can handle, I don't think it can handle very much is what I'm saying. But we'll see. We've got to make it work though. Even if it turns this into a slightly heavier piano, it'll work way better. It'll repeat way better. It'll be worth it. And we can actually regulate it with a stable key distance. Okay, can you go grab the out of the touch weight box, the sliding touch weight thingy?
The
Thingamabob or jigga. Okay, we're getting hot now. So just stick So we just need a little blob of this, and we're just going to stick that back. And I think that's probably about where we said as far as we dare go, right? So we just stuck that to the key, and that actually makes the key go down. But there is, as Timothy pointed out, it's much better like this, right? But it still doesn't totally seat down there on the back. So hit another, you were going to do this little one, right? Here, just glue another one on there, Timothy. We can pop them off really easy, so just... I think your little one made a difference, right? So just do the smallest one that we have to. If you do it over the mat, then you don't have to worry about spills. Yeah, it doesn't take much. Just push it on there good. Okay, we'll make sure there's no strings affecting what we're seeing there. And okay, now what do you observe now? So now it drops all the way, right? Like if you let go and I tap down, it's not going down any further. It's just squishing on the felt back there, right? It's going down and back up. See that? It drops all the way down. Do you want to feel that, anyone? Or just kind of wrap your brain around it? Compare it to one that's not good too, you know?
So it's supposed to be like seated.
Yeah, it's supposed to be seated. See, these are all just kind of floating, aren't they? Especially this one here, this G, if you wanted to check that.
Yeah.
Okay. So we need that. We're just making our starting point firm. That's what we're doing, right? Our key starting point. We're just making it firm. But let's see if how much is too much. Okay. I'm going to push the sustain pedal down, get those springs out of the picture. Where's our weight? Okay, Mark, go ahead and weigh with depress the pedal and let's see what down weight we get on this D.
It's pretty heavy. Okay.
Well, kind of. But if I just go like this, it's not so much, right? Right about 50 it starts to go, right? And you're hitting the sustain pedal, right?
Yeah.
Okay. We're hitting some interesting friction on there, but so it's a little bit different than like a grand. Can I get in there with my foot? It's a little bit different than a grand. The key does not need to be eased. It's fine. This is a little tight here. Let me grab my key easing pliers. I know this is way out of the scope of just regulating a piano, but I get tired of like going to classes and they're like, well, that's not within the scope of this course. But it's like, well, it's something that needs to be fixed, you know? So very rarely are you going to find an upright that really needs to be regulated and doesn't have anything else that you need to do to it. You know what I mean? This, I think, could also have been part of our issue with it returning is the tightness of the balance bushing there. But it wasn't way tight. Okay, let's check it now. There's other areas of friction on the keyboard, but we're going to just put this here. So really, really it's moving there. It's pushing against a spring on an upright, so things are a little different, right? But let's see, the advantage to the glue, Mark, is you can play it. So just play it. Just play the key a little bit and just take a snapshot in your brain. Like, do you say to yourself, this is way too heavy?
Yeah.
You do? It's way too heavy?
It's a little heavy.
Okay, a little heavy. I'm guessing that when you put this on the whole keyboard, you won't think it's heavy at all.
I guess it depends. Like what's around it too.
It does. It totally depends what's around it. It's such a relative thing, and you're changing things, and you're like, whoa, this key's going down way farther too, like more than what we're gonna maybe have, or maybe right on. But even being a little heavy, let's see what the up weight is. This isn't really like the true weighting that we're getting here. We're getting a lot of, I think the true weighting on this piano is what we're seeing for the first little bit, right about there, 49, 50, 48, okay? So, and then if I push this down here, and then I let it come up, it's got a really high up weight. But we don't really have a choice on this piano, do we? Because it's not balanced well. No, the key is not a great lever for the setup. It's geared really low, which means it means we need to have that weight. Now we could play around and say like, okay, well, what if we move this weight like here instead, Timothy? Will it still drop down? Do you want to do that for us, or let's get Landon in to mess around with it? You can just peel off the glue really easy off these leads. Go for it, Landon. Let's see how close can we get that weight to the balance point and still have it drop down. Just push it, yep. Okay, now does it still drop down? Is it seated on there? Yeah. Looks seated to me.
Yeah.
Okay, now let's check the weighting. Let's just check. It's not really that heavy. We're seeing some false stuff.
Started earlier that time, right?
Yeah, I think so. And the up weight is lower, which is what I was after. You don't want too high of an up weight or it feels weird. Okay, Mark, now play the key and your anecdotal judgment of it, weight-wise, relative.
Well, you can hear that on repeat better.
Oh, really? Does it feel lighter? Okay. Not only is it lighter because we moved the weight closer to the balance point, but also by doing that, that lowers the moment of inertia on the key that we have to move. So that's also going to feel it lighter. That's going to make it feel lighter. Okay, so we've got a sample here. While we're on this, what we need to do, but we won't do it yet. We'll do the weighting. No, we do have to do the weighting kind of early on because we need the backs of those keys to drop down in order to even just level this keyboard right. Okay. Now look, the jack returns. The return of the jack. Yep, see the jack, the top of it is green. Then boop, goes underneath, right? Yep, all the way, right? Now, I introduced a lot of lost motion. Let's see how high we can run this. This is going back to what we were doing before. Let's see how high we can run this capstan screw and still have the jack return. Sorry, I thought this was fitting before. I went the wrong way. Landon, can you fix that for me? I'm sorry, what was that?
You're adjusting it for less
Less lost motion, and I went the wrong direction.
Okay.
Can you help me out?
So run it out. Right?
Yeah. Like a lot.
A lot.
Yeah. Yeah. He raises the whipping out of the way, carefully finds the hole, let it fall down. Okay, now let's just check the lost motion here. So we're checking the green and the orange as we push the key. There's still a ton, right?
Yeah.
So we need to raise that screw way more. When I lift, I like to lift at the balance point to do less violence to the hole.
Sorry.
Oh, does that hurt? Sorry, is your hand okay?
No,
Okay, now there's a little bit of lost. You see the green moves before the orange. Okay, now play it and see if the jack will return. Like play it normal, like forte. So play it and hold, then let go. Okay, good. Look, we have a problem. Oh, no, we don't. Never mind. It was just a glue problem. I thought we had another problem. Luckily, we don't.
Did you think the jack was hitting the shank?
I was worried that this wire of the back check was hitting the let-off button since we moved them so much closer, the let-off rail. I don't think it was, but we'll determine that later. And we we already weighed this scenario, right? Yeah, so we're good there. Oh, we were just trying to see if the jack returned.
It is.
So it still returns. Turn it up a little bit more then. I honestly, like, times that I re-weight an upright, almost never. So this just is a very special piano. But at least we're covering it, because I have found the problem, like on a key or two or a section or two of some uprights, and sometimes I'll drill out wood. If you're gonna drill out wood to reduce weight, but that which I have a feeling that wouldn't have gotten us anywhere. You can drill out of the bottom of the key and no one will see it. You can drill periodic holes, just don't go all the way through.
Why not?
It's just unprofessional.
So there's less lost motion now, which
Does it return?
like. Can I ask a question?
Oh, sorry. Team landed?
Is the ideal amount of lost motion like none, or should there be a little bit?
If it works well and repeats well, then that's ideal.
Okay. Because right now it's like that much before
Just
it
a tiny
starts
bit.
moving.
And it returns just fine.
Well, it's a little bit slower to return now.
Go really slow and light, like a little kid who's learning how to play the piano. That's very slow, all right, yeah.
And
So it doesn't return
return.
quite all the way, but that was really extreme. I would go like this. Okay, same thing. Yeah, because what's going to happen, then the next blow feels weaker
Yeah.
because the jack's not in the optimal place. So we do need a little more lost motion than that, which is common for these American uprights. You need more lost motion than you do like an Asian upright for sure. What?
Upright, but like a Yamaha. Okay.
Yamaha, Kawai, Boston, they can handle more less lost motion. They can even have negative lost motion and the jack still returns because the jack springs are strong. They're nice and strong on those pianos.
So it's returning fine.
Okay, now how much we got there? Just a little bit, right?
Uh-huh.
But this is a big difference from where we started because even though there's lost motion, which is normal in regulation, lost motion, that's a term we threw out there all of a sudden, but if you're not familiar, it's motion of the key that's not actually lifting the hammer, right? The starting point of the key is before it reaches, it's just what we drew here, right? That starting point's higher, and then it matches up with the starting point of the hammer.
So is what we're doing, getting rid of lost motion, is that moving the starting point of the hammer to match?
It's matching.
It's matching them.
It's more closely matching the starting point of the key with the starting point of the hammer.
So
if you
if you're
refer to the
looking at
diagram,
that-
if you're just jumping into the stream. Yeah, because
Are you like raising the hammer starting line to match,
You're-
or lowering it, adjusting it, whatever?
no,
way?
you're like raising the. So really, what we had was like here's the green one. So really, what we had a second ago was, well, kind of like what we just did. Like actually, what it was. So the key started, but it didn't actually start pushing up the hammer until here. So there was wasted keystroke or lost motion. Does that make sense, Landon?
Yeah. So relative to the key starting line, we just moved the hammer
So
starting
right
line to
now
match.
we've basically lowered this. Well, the key travels the same as what you're saying. Yeah,
Yeah, like we didn't
it's like we
change-
just shifted this up, is what you're saying, kind of
Yeah.
thing. Yeah. This
Okay.
analogy only goes so far as how these lines line up. But yeah, we basically just lined them up. So that now they're happening at the same point. Okay?
Almost.
Right?
Like barely. Right? Because it's like slightly different. There's
What?
a little lost motion.
Yeah, it's slightly
So it's
different.
slightly.
All right, so
slightly off.
per Landon's point, it's like just a little different on this piano. But some pianos don't have to be. You just have to do that check, which what we did. You have to make sure on a push and hold on a slow release that the jack goes all the way back under the hammer butt? Good question, even if I sounded annoyed. Okay. Even Landon can repeat on this. I'm sorry, that was below the belt.
Wow. All right.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm just joking. So, it's not. Okay, what we need to do though, we need to figure out leading for the whole thing.
Let us do it.
All right, we're gonna try and do it. We're gonna try and do it in a cool way, and it may or may not work. Okay. So let's do this. Okay, Mark. Let's have you actually in each section of. So this is the way we're gonna do it. So in each section of the piano here, section 1, 2, 3, we're gonna check. We don't want to check the end one because that's different. That's a different story, right? Because this key's a lot fatter, has a lot more wood to it, both front and back, okay? But once you get to here, all these keys are the same shape, more or less, with about the same mass, more or less, right? So you're gonna test, you're gonna make sure that this one drops all the way when there's, you have to make sure there's lost motion first, okay? So step 1, we're gonna lower this, we're gonna lower the capstan screw, which isn't really a capstan screw, it's just a, because it doesn't look like a capstan, but anyway, we're gonna lower that screw. And now there's lots of lost motion, lots of wiggle of the green with no wiggle of the orange. And then you're gonna kind of gently put it down and you're gonna see that it's not coming to rest, right? Then you're gonna put tape and you're gonna glue leads on that. Try with the smallest first and then go more extreme there. And then find a pattern that works to match what we have here. And then we need a sample on the other end, same thing. And we'll draw diagonal lines. We'll draw a connecting line between those two samples, and that's where we drill for the leads. Because the hammers get lighter and lighter as you go, right? So it should be graded and it should work out.
You only have to do the two ends of each section.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's get Team Landon and Timothy on the...
Because the sharps and the naturals are different lengths.
Oh, sorry. We need 4 samples total. We need a white line. We need a pattern for the whites and a pattern for the blacks.
Okay.
But you might find that the blacks don't need a thing. So just see, because it's a different lever, right? It's not as front heavy. So we might be fine on the sharps.
Okay.
Okay. So, and then Mark, you can do work on the middle one. And just move things out of your way as needed. I'm gonna try and get another table.
Do you have more, like, are we just all going to be going at the same time?
Yeah, just put out a bag of the 2 sizes of leads or a handful of them.
Do you have another one of these?
Oh, I don't. Do you?
I might have one.
I have one other tool that might work. No questions from the chat. Just if you're joining, this isn't just like a fly on the wall thing. You're welcome to write your questions on the chat for anyone who's watching. Questions, observations, that sort of thing. While they're doing that, I'm going to talk some best practice concepts. You know, to do something well, you need the desire to do a good job. You need the correct information how to do it, and you need the right tool to do it. The temptation often when you learn what needs to be done is to try and come up with a tool that's makeshift to do the job because it's either cheaper or more available to you. And, you know, that makes sense. But, you know, my advice would be when you're first getting into things, unless you have some background in, you know, doing that, or it doesn't really matter with the piano you're working on, if you really want to do a clean job, just get the right tool for it. So, for instance, we don't have a lot of these capstan wrenches that work well. This is a square cutout capstan. But we could get some, right? We could obtain them. And if you don't know how to get any of the tools that we're working on today, send us an email. Is our email on the pinned up there? Oh, we have a question too? Good. Yeah, go for it.
Assuming the piano already had LEDs, do you need to remove them all before testing the new LEDs, or do you just add new LEDs and leave the old ones?
No, I would just add, I would just go with what's there. I wouldn't remove everything and start from scratch. That's a way bigger job and not necessary in most cases. Most uprights don't have a lot of lead that way, so you wouldn't need to remove much anyway, and you'd have a lot of choice where to put new LEDs. The other option that I've mentioned but maybe haven't hit enough is you can remove wood from the front of the key just by drilling a volume of wood out from the bottom of the key where it's not noticed. And in most cases, that's enough. This piano's kind of extreme. Like, it really doesn't work well. That's why we're doing it.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Does this need to keep going down further to get the green to move alone, or?
The green is moving alone.
Oh, so you have to check the
It's
back.
way front heavy. Yeah, so you got plenty of lost motion to determine it
Okay.
now. Now you can put your LEDs on there as long as your cord's not in the way.
I
Yeah.
just wasn't sure if I was
Right.
checking that.
Yeah. So now that.
So you actually have to like test back here, not up here.
Yeah, we're checking that it will come to rest on that back rail,
Okay.
which in turn means that it'll come to a fixed point, more or less,
So
for the
this
key
one
height.
actually is resting on the back rail.
Right. Remember, I expected the sharps to be that way, right? Oh, but give it a little more lost motion just to be absolutely sure.
But I would have to do that anyways, right? Because we want it to have.
Well, we're going really extreme with the lost motion right now. So in the end, it'll end up with very, very little lost motion. You can check that D as a sample.
So how do you know if you've gone too far again? Is it just are you just measuring with the...
Well, you could take your lead and you could move it closer to the balance point, and if it still works, then you went too far.
I can't see.
So do the minimal thing. Have you tried a small lead already on that one?
Yeah, I tried a smaller one.
And it wasn't enough.
Didn't seem like it, but
You have to like push the key down really gently in that lost motion, and then let go really gently, and then see if it's kind of floating or not. So that's definitely still floating, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, so
So now you've got less motion. Is it floating?
yes.
Like if you just gently push down to that point, is it staying down and then you pop it? Yeah, it is. So it is front heavy still. See?
so you're looking for the if it's floating.
I
on the
need.
front here.
Yeah, look. So look, I push I just gently push the key up to where I start to feel the resistance, and it stayed there. So look, then if I push the back of the key, if it pops up, the back of the key is not heavy enough to go down.
So it needs, yeah.
So you need something there on the back. And the minimum change we could do on this, right, is, besides taking wood out, is to put one right here. So you see, like, okay, is that enough to do it? And it almost is on this one, but not quite. You see that?
So you gotta press down.
Just leave it down there, and then push up on the back, and it was up, right. So then move it further back, and so on. And then I'll try and clear some of these things out of your way. I'm not going to go to the pains on this Hobart and Cable console upright that I would on the Steinway D Grand,
Yeah,
right?
so-
To even everything out.
So
It's
this
not
would
worth
be
it.
right now. 'Cause I can't push it.
Yeah, that's just like barely right.
So maybe a little further down.
Maybe just a little. Just to be. Yeah. Uh-huh. So that's your pattern on that one. Capstan wrench, I took it. So I guarantee now that we've discussed this problem, you're going to run into a piano and you're going to notice it'll have this. But like I said, most of the time just drilling out a little lead on the front solves it. I don't carry lead and a drill bit with me in the field, you know. I don't usually have to do that.
What is it that you're checking for again when you're trying to get rid of lost motion? You get rid of it as much as you can until
The jack.
the jack. That's right.
But you don't have to set that at this point. Right now, we're just going to determine where to put leads, okay?
So, do you want to check mine?
Sure. So we do have a question here. Elicum says, so the whole point is to make sure the jack resets easily, right? Yeah, that's the point. And also, though, the other point is that the key's going to be balanced better. It's going to come up to a fixed height. So it would be really hard to set key heights consistent, because right now the key will come to rest here, and then it'll be higher, and then it'll be lower. It's not a consistent height because the back of the key isn't going down against the back rail. Okay, so on this one, Lennon did. So it's still floating a tiny bit. So like I push this down, I let go very gently, and then it still goes down a little bit after that. See that?
Yeah.
When I tap gently.
So,
So I need to add a little something more.
the way you can tell if it's just going down, because it's pressing the felt down, is that it comes back up a little maybe? Or what? How?
I can tell it's not touching the felt actually very much yet if I let go gently here, because it moves. It's not just compressing and coming back up. Yeah, let go of this really gently, really slowly. Then you get it to catch. If you can get it to catch, then do something more, which is add, in this case, add another little one at the very top. That's a medium one. Can we get a pile of small leads?
How
I only want to use,
Is it medium?
this is mediums.
Is this how?
Yeah. I don't want to have to do 2 drill bit sizes. See how small that is?
Yeah.
Try that. Is it still doing it? It looks like it is, huh? Still floating a little bit? Let's check our balance rail here, bushing. Yeah, the balance rail bushing's too tight. Let me grab out these pliers. Give the balance rail bushing a good squeeze until we've got a little bit of a gap on either side of that. So right here, Landon is squeezing the balance rail bushing felt. If it's hugging that pin and there's no side-to-side play there, then that is too tight and it's creating excess friction. That's what we were probably seeing, Mark, when we were weighing that on that one key.
When having this, the screw this rests on in the back, at the end of the key, if that's too low, will this always have a problem having enough weight? Yeah.
When we have lost motion, that's exactly what we're doing.
So it doesn't matter how much lost motion there is.
Yeah, I mean, you want it just barely, like you wouldn't want too much right where the key's too heavy, but it does need to come to a resting point, you know.
So my key's probably too heavy. Like, I probably have too much lost motion, right? 'Cause, like, I feel like there's 2 lets there.
Well,
but
your tape is messing you up, the way you taped it. You have to tape it really tight around the side so it's not rubbing the key next to it at all. Your tape it, yeah.
So I think using it fixed it.
With just the big one, right?
Big one.
Yeah.
Wanna try?
Yeah, so now, yeah. Yeah, I think so.
Not that I checked that I didn't go too far with that big one. Speed it up a little.
I don't think you did because there's still like a little, you know what I mean? And then, so now the real test is put the lost motion where it's supposed to be, which is the green wiggles just before the orange, right? And then see if the jack can return.
Because if it's too heavy, then the jack won't return.
Yeah, because the back of the key doesn't go down far enough. The jack doesn't go down far enough to be able to slip back under the butt.
Wait, if it's not heavy enough on the back, it won't return.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Sorry, Lannon's question was, wait, so if it's not heavy enough on the back of the key, the jack won't return right, and that is correct. Okay, we got a request from Elikim. He wants you to use your mics. He or she wants you to use your mics. when you're
Okay, we
talking.
will.
So we'll do that. And then, so what if you added these LEDs and then the customer says it's too heavy for them? And no, this is not too many questions, by the way, if you're worried about that. We're fine. I mean, I'm just sitting here twiddling my thumbs while they're doing these adjustments, so it's fine. Let me address the camera. So, all right. So what I would do if this was a customer's piano and I ran into this issue, I would say, this is how the piano plays currently. If you want to make any improvement to it, I need to regulate it. If I'm going to regulate it, I need to re-weight the keys. That will change the touch. It will feel heavier than what it is. If you don't want that, or the cost of it's way too much for what you want for this piano, then don't do anything and just put your money towards a better piano, or towards a piano that's working correctly. That's what I would advise in most cases with this. But I am assuming a piano that, say, someone's kind of doing a DIY regulation and they're going to stick with this piano no matter what, they're going to make it work. Or the customer's attached so sentimentally But I would tell them outright, this will change the weighting of the keys. It will feel different. But I would also tell them confidently, but I think you'll really like the touch after it's done. If they say it's too heavy after, then you say, with this particular design of piano, I can't make it work otherwise. I can't make it work without having that weight on the back of the keys. It's in the design of the piano is where the flaw is. So it's not your fault it's not your fault that they think it's too heavy, as long as you set the expectation initially. And if they say, well, how heavy will it feel? I said, I don't know, because that's a perception thing. It'll work well for most pianists, in my opinion, but if you're worried, don't pursue it. Put your money elsewhere. That's what I would advise. That's a great question.
Can I borrow that?
And
Okay, so just making sure that you still get a little link out of the.
so, Timothy, what are you saying? Is that you wondering something? Or? Want me to check? You want to talk in the mic what you're wondering? Do you think it's there? Here's your mic. This won't work far away. It has to be a couple inches, a few inches.
I'm trying to figure out how to formulate the question.
Oh, that's fine. So the sharp, it's going down and it's resting, so that's great. And this one is 2. And have you tried this lead any further forward this way?
No, I haven't.
So that's when you're going to check. Like now, this one was just barely coming to rest, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's fine. Oops, need a little more glue there. Sorry.
Okay.
And then, but this big one, you might pop it off and move it a position closer to you, because it will help the fluidity of the key
Okay.
if we can have it more forward. Okay.
Okay. Sounds great. We will do so.
Make it so.
So let it be written, so let it be done.
That's right.
There's like a lot of extra friction all of a sudden.
Is it the tape?
No, I don't think so. I like tried to tighten the tape down. It wasn't doing it a second ago. Now.
It's the tape, man. It's got to be the tape. Here, just take out the neighbor key. Guys, you could just take out the neighbor keys to make sure you get rid of the friction of make sure the tape's not rubbing. I don't know, is that your weight there?
Do you want to check this one? See if I got it right?
Yeah, in fact, we need to take out the neighbors. Which one, this one?
Yeah.
Okay, just a sec. So let's remove the neighbor key while we're checking that one. On both sides. Otherwise, we could end up with way too heavy an action, right? That we don't need.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this one, look, Mark. I push it. I let go really slow. It's still floating.
Okay.
And then Timothy's changed his a little bit. What do you got? Okay, so his. Yeah, go for it. Let me feel it. So it looks like it goes down. Yeah, now it kind of matches what this one does, right? It's not overly done, but just right. Which is what I would expect, you know, that's good.
And it did.
Now, and like I was telling them, to be sure we're not getting extra friction, let's remove the side keys that might be rubbing on that tape.
This has changed everything.
Yes, good thing we thought of it now. Yeah, you got to think through. Friction will really mess this up. So I didn't think about that at first. Like I said, how often do I have to reweight an upright? This is not standard, but there's a lot of pianos. I guarantee every Hobart M cable from this same era will have this same problem.
Yeah, and when I moved the weight up a little bit from about here to here, it lightened up the feel of the key.
Yes, that's what we want, right? We want it as light as we can.
and yet
And
it
yet
still
working. Yeah,
it still
that's the goal.
accomplishes the objective of what we're trying to achieve here.
Correct.
So now this one is set right because I can press it.
You got to release like so slow, like trying to get it to catch, and then check. And yeah, I think. Yeah, I think that's good. I think that'll work. And then the ultimate test is glue it, then fix your lost motion, and check the jack returns.
Okay, so do I need to do that? Because there's that lost motion.
Yeah, just to check it, but I'm pretty sure it'll be fine.
How's that?
That's just your final check to make sure it's going to work, right? Feels really good. I mean, except that you used a medium lead.
It's a small. Pretty sure it's a small.
This is a small. Okay, good. You used a small.
Oh, goodness.
Okay, so that works.
Okay.
Need the gun.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just gonna. Breaking all the dinner table rules.
Okay, I'll just make sure we stick to it. We'll wait it out.
Great.
Timothy,
Timothy.
I'm wondering on yours about the balance rail. Oh, it's free. Did you already check that or something?
Mm-hmm. Well,
Yeah, it's
maybe
plenty
I did
free.
it with that one, but
So I'm wondering now, though, Timothy, seeing Landon's letting, he used a small on that one. Now the bass hammer's a lot heavier, right?
yeah, I'm
So I'm curious though, would a small lead at the very back do it for you on that one or no? Did you already check that? Let's check that before we move on.
Okay. Rosa caps and wrench I can use. Thank you.
So if you can't hear what these guys are saying, they're saying pass the capstan wrench back and forth because we only have 2 wrenches.
I have a regular one. It's not one of these.
the pointy ones.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't come off, don't worry. You can just glue the other side or whatever. Put glue on glue. Mostly we just want to see, will that work?
Yep.
Looks like it'll almost work, huh?
Yeah, it feels good too.
Do you want to check this key? So, I'm at the right place for the motion, right? Because they're supposed to go at the same time.
No, they're not supposed to go at the same time.
So the green's slightly before.
Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise, the jack won't return. Watch. Does the jack return? No.
Where are you looking for? Looking for the jack return?
Okay, Mark asks, where am I looking when I look for the jack return? I'm looking. Let me get kind of a pointer here. I'm looking right there.
Oh.
Right below the butt and right at the top of the jack. The top of the jack is right here. Right here, I'm wiggling the jack. See how the top of the jack is colored? They're usually that way, so you can see that the black is still there. So you look at the top, it's still poking out.
So it's supposed to drop down.
It's supposed to go, watch it. It's supposed to be like its neighbors, disappear. That dark part's supposed to disappear. Like that.
I have a question.
Yeah, so you have negative lost motion, so you need more.
Asking the mic.
Yeah. Landon's
Okay,
question.
so does the
Landon?
jack need to just go straight back without catching it all, or is it okay if it kind of like, you know what I'm saying?
It just, on a very slow release, it needs to get back, and it does. Just
So
needs
it's
to
okay for
end
it to
up all
get-
the way. Yeah, because this is a real extreme case we're putting it through, right?
Yeah.
Who plays the piano like this? So that is working really well.
Okay, sweet.
Okay, we got a question on the chat. Okay, if you drill out the key to put in the leads, wouldn't the overall weight of the key be much different than just gluing the weight on the top? It will be different, but it won't be much different. It's not enough of a difference to be a problem. If you wanted, when you drill your hole, you can drill your hole a little bit further back to compensate for the weight of the wood, but it's not going to be that much different compared to the density of lead. Yeah, so it's a little bit less, but I'm okay with that. I think it should work just fine.
You can give that to the bunny.
Some people worry about that and try and compensate with where they drill their hole based on their test lead,
Then
but I don't think you need to. It's fine. It'll be fine.
because you know
I think that's just focusing on such a minute amount of weight that it should still work great.
you know why the NHA bunny was arrested.
So this one is good, Timothy.
You know why? Huh?
That one's good.
Uh-huh.
Do you want to check this one now?
Okay.
So, do I have, now the green's moving before, right?
Yeah. And does the jack return? That's the real question. It doesn't really matter.
So at what point does it need to?
Okay, play and hold. Now release very, very slow.
Take go.
Try and get it to not go under
Like
and
if
let
I
go.
just grab the tape.
It went under anyway, right? So you try and get it to catch by releasing really slow. But it won't catch because it's working right. So that's just great.
Okay, so if it wasn't working, if I got all
You
the way
would
to the
need more
bottom,
lost motion.
If I got all the way to the bottom, it would still be poking out, right?
All the way to the, on the back. If the back was all the way down,
Yeah, if I was playing the key and the eye's letting all the way up,
yep.
and I reach the end of letting up and it's still
Yeah,
out.
when that back is at rest and if it still pokes out, then you need more lost motion or we don't have enough weight on the back of the key
So
still.
let me check this other one we did earlier.
So this is good. I mean, what I'm going to do, so my plan is to, since we kind of had this detour of fixing the weighting on the keyboard before we can regulate it, I did promise though, upright regulation and more, right? I wasn't wrong. So what we'll try and do is we'll have people working on actually putting in the leads this afternoon when we're not streaming it as a formal class. And so that tomorrow when we hit things, we'll be able to get right into the regulation and get things done a little faster. So that's my plan. We'll try and get some work done outside of class, basically.
So this one is working well too, right? Because I can go all the way up. This starts first. There's probably a little too much loss of motion, right?
Well, we're doing that on purpose right now, just so we can. You're checking kind of two things here, right?
Yeah.
First of all, we just want to make sure that the back of the key goes. Wait, have your finger on it?
No.
So it's a little bit.
Oh. This is one we checked
Floaty.
before we took the keys out, so maybe we have to.
Maybe it's better. Well, that would have, if anything, reduced friction. It might have just been borderline. I was like, yeah, good enough, you know.
Yeah.
But theoretically, just a tiny bit back would be a little bit more consistent. This is all kinds of wrong in terms of like really good touch weighting, right? But the design is all kinds of wrong, right? So I'm not going to come up with a fix on this $300 piano that costs $5,000, right? most likely. If you wanted to, then you would need to start from scratch, moving the rails around. You would have to be redesigned, basically. Or, you know, you could try and make the hammers heavier also, but that would just be like ridiculous, I think, in this case.
Is this like close?
I thought you already had this one.
I did the white one.
Spiderweb. It's floating a little bit. I thought you had it down here.
I did this one.
Oh, this is the sharp.
Sharp, yeah.
I mean, it's really close, right?
Yeah, it's close.
I would just move it a tiny bit back from there. Call it good. And we're basically, what I'm trying to do is come up with a lot of wholesale techniques on this piano to where we're not individually checking every key and stuff, right? But that will work, that will allow us to regulate it, and it'll play really nice. So we don't need to do every key. If we've got a sharp and a natural, we're done there.
Okay.
And then do the same for this section because he's doing the other end. Yeah.
So don't worry about this one.
Right. Because then what we're going to do, Timothy, is we've got your point here, we've got his on his key here. Draw a line between them, and that's our drill line for every single white key. And the same thing for the sharps.
Okay.
And from there, if we have any issues, it's probably just friction.
Okay.
It seems like it's just doing the same thing.
It seems like it's seating. Did you squeeze this? No. That's why. Start over. So let's see.
So we want to take the.
Okay, no further questions. That's good.
So we want to then
These two, yeah.
do these two.
So if anyone's just joining the stream, we are going to wrap up in about 20 minutes. If you have any questions for today, what we've covered just kind of the basic, my view of regulation. It's just key travel and hammer travel, where they start and stop. And that's all it is. And there's just, some people get into the individual adjustments of how to do that, and it just kind of throws you all off. But that's all we're setting. But with this piano, in order to set that, we needed to reweight the keys so that the action can reset and the note can repeat properly. Otherwise, we can't regulate it, at least not well. So when we come back tomorrow, we're going to hit it real focused like, and we're going to knock out this regulation, and you'll see how fast it comes together. Yeah, we should probably clean out the piano because, like, is that keeping the key from going down?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
We've got like a sweater of dust in there.
I was gonna say we could, before we start really doing that on the keys, we should just do
Yep.
a quick.
I think a good time to do that is when we pull the keys out to drill.
Okay.
That would be a good time.
Okay. There's been some interesting pianos I've cleaned. It's amazing.
So that's better.
I think you need this. I'll go just a little farther back, just in case. So, yep, and so our plan is we're going to have end samples of the weights and then draw lines connecting those samples for the whites and then the sharps. And that's the position we're going to drill for those same size leads on each of the white keys or black keys respectively. So,
Do you want to check this one?
Okay, have we already done this one? No?
No.
Have you tried a lighter lead?
I did.
And it's just barely doing it with this one. So yeah, that's good. Have you tried that lead further this way?
I did, yeah.
So that you had to go that far back,
Yeah.
so it's done.
And then,
But I didn't check the balance rail if it's tight. Did you ease that at all?
I didn't.
Ease it just a little bit right there. Let's check that. Because we don't want excess friction on the key, otherwise that messes up
They're just
how much
doing
weight we have to
one
put.
side.
What was that, Mark?
Do you just ease it on one side or both sides?
Do both sides on this one. Because they're pretty tight on this piano. And we still need, so this is our goal, folks. We've got 15 minutes. We want to wrap it up and get our samples, end samples for both white and black on the treble before we close up. Good. Yeah, I mean, the expectation is that, and actually it's more defined now that you eased it, which I would expect, so that's good. Yeah, the expectation is that if this drops down all the way, then of course the jack is going to return, you know.
Yeah.
Now you could raise your lost motion now to just double check
Yeah.
where we're going to set it, and you just set it right just the way you did the other one. Okay, Mark needs to slide over. Landon's done, so Landon's going to work on the treble. So if Tim can slide left, Mark slide left, and Landon will work on the right. And 15 minutes from now, we're going to feast, 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 feast.
So motivating.
So did we get the code up, the discount code for
yes.
Pianoscope, and then
Was it?
Salt Lake Piano? And then that link? Yeah. Great.
Fail.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then our emails on the pinned on the comments. Oh, it's in the detail in the description. Great. Okay. So again, if you want help getting a hold of any of these tools, if you want, we'll put together a whole upright toolkit for you and add $25 to the cost. Just take that as the time to do it for you. If that's not feasible for your location, I understand. That's fine. If you would like to contact us about any information, our email is in the description. You're welcome to email anything there. And then we do have the Pianoscope tuning software discount codes listed in the description. There isn't a discount if you purchase outright the Pianoscope, but the proceeds do go to still help the channel and to help us produce content like this, or really to help us recover from producing content like this, because we're not making enough from we're not making anything by doing this directly, right, at this point. And so any support, of course, is appreciated. So most upright pianos, the way that you see them adjusting that capstan screw on the back of the key, most upright pianos, you can just fit the tool back there while everything's still together. You don't have to take out the key. But this piano's a lot easier to just take it out because there's not very much clearance there. This is a console action. That's kind of the story of working on a console action. You have to remove your sharp, yeah. Oh, you're done.
I'm done, yeah.
I gotcha.
I just don't know.
Okay,
if
so
you
now
just
quickly just do 2
Yeah.
on that one.
I already pulled out this one.
Mm-hmm. So this piano's going to work a whole lot better. I certainly didn't anticipate we'd have to get into this level, but that's okay. The story of this, we're not selling this or anything. This is a family member's piano, and I'm just storing it for him. He used to work with me. And it's just a good test case to demonstrate this. So really, all this is for your benefit if you're watching, and for the benefit of these guys for practice and just getting to learn how to improve uprights and whatnot. So. All right, Team Mark, you have 9 minutes left. You're like, oh no, pressure's on. You know what we need to do? So that little one works for there, huh? Wait, it's floating. Oh, maybe because the key's in the way now?
Yeah.
It was working though?
Uh-huh.
Okay. But what we have now is we have a little, and we have a big and a little and a big. So we probably need to find a point where we have to start using more weights. We might have to have two, because here we did this, right? But also we need to I'm not going to believe this one because we didn't pull the side keys off. But we probably need to find where we need to switch from a little one back here, how we got to where we had to do a big one and a little one. So maybe a midpoint. Just pick a midpoint while you're waiting for everyone. We might as well do that. See where we end up. If you're just joining and you're confused, just put a question in the chat. I'm happy to bring you up to speed.
A dime.
Oh, you know what to say. A dozen.
Can I keep this?
I'm sorry, you didn't use your mic. What's the question?
He already asked this question. I found a dime in the piano and I was wondering if I can keep it.
Yeah. You can
Oh, thank you.
keep the dime. Keep the change.
Looking for something?
Don't worry about the whole box.
Can we take that one off so we're not confused?
Yeah.
You just pop the lead off or whatever. This is good enough. That's fine. Yeah. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. So if you're joining and you don't know what we're doing, we're working on reweighting this keyboard so that we can actually regulate it. Because as it was, the keys were too front heavy and the keys would not reset, so we wouldn't be able to get a good regulation on it. Any questions or any comments or anything you can just put in the chat. We're watching it here. And this is very peaceful work. If you were able to scoot over a little bit, Mark, Timothy could try one in the middle. But I don't know if there's... Well, because we really do need that sample, you know? But if it's too difficult, huh?
Yeah, I don't want to.
He doesn't want to get near you.
That's okay. That's understandable.
No, I just want to make sure that you can get what you need to get done. Because I would be moving stuff around.
Okay.
What would you do? Like, this one feels really close to me.
To what?
Like
To not needing something?
Yeah.
It's totally floating. Gotta add a lead.
Okay.
So I would just start with the smallest lead, closest to the fulcrum. And
That's probably enough.
so you gotta release really slow. Like try and get it to catch, you know. See, not enough. Did we ease this one? Yeah, it's eased. Yeah, you gotta go more extreme than that. It was floating.
Was it?
Yeah, you can see look at the green thing. Like when you let go. If you go really slow, it goes down still. You need to go more than that. That wasn't enough. Yeah, that's good.
This one's hard to tell. Do you want to check this one?
Yeah. So we've got. Did we ease the balance rail?
Yeah, it did.
Does seem like there's some kind of
It's like something weird.
friction going on. Huh?
Yeah.
I think it's there though.
Okay.
I think part of the weirdness for us is that it feels so much lighter. I don't know. But it's working.
I didn't go too far.
And just glue it there and then set the lost motion correctly and check. That's all we need to do for our final check.
Feel like you're overweight, but that much different for you.
Only a little.
How many Americans does it take to fix an upright piano? Little YouTube joke for you.
Well, if I can't. 88.
I'm confused. Can you check this one?
Still floating.
I can't get it to stay floating.
What do you mean?
I don't feel like I'm.
You just didn't think you could. This is a medium lead though. Could
Yeah.
we stick to large or small?
Oh yeah.
Did you ease the key? Yeah, it's eased.
That was deja vu.
So just do a larger one. Just do a larger one close to the. Because I asked the same things
You
before.
said it exactly the same.
Well, that's the checks we got to go through, right? If it's gonna catch towards the top of where you release, right?
Yeah.
So you know that place where it tends to catch. So just stop there, and then it went down further. There, that one. No, that one I didn't have any. It went a little far still. Let's just make it like really for sure, you know. I think that's good. Maybe a tiny bit back more. What do you think? Yeah? And when you check it, the further back you can tap, the more you'll feel when it actually hits the rail. You know, and I can feel it's there. Okay. This is getting real. So it's time to stop.
I refuse.
So we're gonna set these samples. We're gonna get the keys weighted right, and then we'll be ready to regulate 9 a.m. Denver time tomorrow. We'll go as long as we need to finish up. Wait, no, maybe not. I think I have an appointment after that. We'll go to 1 probably, 1 p.m. Denver time. And if you're checking this after it's live, that's awesome. Put your comments in just like as if you were here. We'll get to your comments as we can. And this is just a fun project, seeing what can be changed and improved on this upright. So we will catch you next time. Thanks.